Hello everyone. How are you guys? Do we have any? I think we're gonna wait for like 1 or 2 minutes before everyone joins, and we'll start the session. This is a great weekend for Kubernetes Day. I think we have Julius waiting on the call, so I think we'll just get started with the introduction, and we'll just quickly go through everything. How about that? How does that sound, Farhan? Okay, good. So, to all the people that are here, welcome to Kubernetes Community Day Lahore. This is the first Kubernetes Day that is happening in Pakistan, being hosted out of Lahore. And we're going to kick off the weekend by starting the event virtually on September 9th. Today is the first session, and we're also going to be having an in-person physical event happening on the 16th of September. So stay tuned for that. Anyways, moving on, we are, but what basically Kubernetes is. So KCD, which is short for Kubernetes Communities Lahore, is a community-led event dedicated to fostering knowledge, sharing, collaboration, and networking among developers, operators, and enthusiasts of Kubernetes in Lahore and Pakistan. The event will be held on September. I think we covered that. The event will feature keynote presentations by renowned speakers sharing their insights and experiences in the world of Kubernetes. There will also be technical sessions covering various aspects of Kubernetes that include deployment, management, and experiences such as scaling, security, and observability. In addition to that, there will also be hands-on workshops where we are going to be offering practical guidances and demonstrations on how to deploy and manage Kubernetes clusters. Moving on, to our sponsors, we have Google Cloud, GitHub, Bytewise, and Vector. Thank you guys. And also, our collaborators are the Cloud Native community in Lahore, the Cloud Native Security community in Pakistan, which is in collaboration with GDG Cloud Lahore. GDG stands for Google Developers Group. And together with those guys, we have Tech Hub Co-working Space where we are situated right now. So thank you, kudos to those guys for giving us a space to host this event. Moving on, we have our agenda of the day. We have 5 curated people that are going to be presenting today. First up, we have Julius Fold, who's going to be giving a session on new and native histograms of Prometheus. Next up, we would have Angel Ramirez, who is going to be giving on revolutionizing engineering platforms and DevOps with Kubernetes and CNCF projects. Further than that, we have Annie Tolvesto, who is going to be extending your Kubernetes with the power of open source. After that, we have Jeffrey Sika, who's going to be giving on cloud native ecosystems. And last but not the least, we have Qasim Sarfraz, who's going to show you how you can get involved and making an impact with open source. And we also have some amazing activities that are going to be coming up during these events where you can win amazing incentives such as LinkedIn Premium vouchers, GitHub T-shirt vouchers, and as well as some exclusive KCD swag boxes that are going to have all kinds of goodies as well. So to make sure that you're eligible for this, make sure that you are registered at the event, and you also check in for the event at the below given links. So I'll give you 5 minutes or at least 2 minutes so you can like quickly go through these links and register yourselves. And my partner Farhan is just going to send those links in chat. Hmm? Anyways, moving on. So meet us at September 16th for KCD Lahore on-site event, and I think that should be enough as well. So anyways, moving on, we are now going to be moving towards Julius Volz, and a bit about himself. He is the founder at Prom Labs. He is also the co-founder of Prometheus.io and the founder of PromCon.io. And for my DevOps enthusiasts or people who are really in the DevOps architecture would understand what Prometheus is. It is a monitoring tool and the alert system toolkit. And basically, Julius is basically going to be giving his entire session on that. Hi, Julius, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing great. I hope I covered the
Everyone.
basics of what Prometheus is.
Yep, pretty much, pretty much. Thank you for
Okay,
that.
thanks. All
Awesome.
right, I'll
Then,
give it over to you then.
awesome. I will share my screen as you
Go
always
ahead.
do. Let's see. Share the screen. Entire screen. Um, okay. So let me know if that is visible. Uh,
Yes, it's visible and we are good to go.
Perfect. Okay. So yeah, thank you for the introduction. So I guess you already know who I am now. Today I actually want to talk about a Prometheus topic that I had no involvement in building myself, just because it's one of the most interesting topics at the moment in the Prometheus world, I would say. So these are the new experimental native histograms that are currently being added into Prometheus, and that are going to fix a bunch of problems that the classic histograms had that are currently or have been in Prometheus for many years now. So this talk is for people or the best audience for this talk are people who are already using Prometheus. They want to track things with histograms, but they experience, for example, server overloads or other issues with the classic histograms. So first of all, again, right, all credit for these new native histograms in Prometheus goes to other people, especially Björn Rabenstein, who was one of the first people who really found the need for them and then sat down for multiple years and thought about how this could be done in Prometheus. But by now, Ganesh and Dieter and others have helped out as well. So first, a quick recap about the classic or current histograms that we have had in Prometheus for a long while. Histograms in general as a mathematical concept are a way to track a numeric or a set of numeric values into a set of ranged buckets so that you have an approximate idea of the distribution. One of the prime use cases for this is request latencies. Let's say your service gets a bunch of requests. Some are super slow, some are super fast, some are kind of in the middle, and a histogram can help you track how many requests you have handled in each of those different latency categories. So, for example, here we have 20 requests that have taken between 0 and 25 milliseconds, 40 requests that have taken between 25 and 50, and so on. We have a total request count of 105 if you add all these buckets together. And there's always one bucket at the very end that stretches all the way to infinity, at least in the Prometheus case. So we can track like even requests that took super long to process. So we have the total count always in the histogram. Now, this normal histogram we can actually represent in two different ways. First, in this kind of normal form, where every bucket just contains exactly the count of requests that has happened in that latency range. Or we could represent the same histogram as a cumulative one, where each bucket also contains the count of the previous buckets, which is basically the same as if you think about each bucket starting at 0, right? Because it includes those previous buckets. And that has the advantage that now for each bucket in a cumulative histogram, we do not need to specify both the lower bound and the upper bound, because the lower bound is always 0. We only need to say this is the upper bound. So basically one less data item to track for each bucket. And so that's what these classic histograms in Prometheus went for, right? We just said, this is the bucket with the upper bound 25, and this is the bucket with the upper bound 50. And each one of these buckets gets encoded as a single counter time series in the classic histograms. So yeah, but backtrack a little bit, right? The actual TSDB data model in Prometheus is pretty dumb. It's pretty simplistic. There's a time series identifier that consists of a metric name and then a bunch of labels that you want to split up the metric by to tell you from which process a time series came from or which method within a process and so on. And then once you've indexed that time series, you can just append samples to it. And each sample has a timestamp and a value. And so far, any sample values in Prometheus have always been 64-bit floating point numbers. So anything that you store in Prometheus, you somehow have to squeeze into a 64-bit float. So how can we even implement these classic histograms with this dumb data model? Well, what we did is we just went with a cumulative histogram, and then we said, okay, each one of these buckets we are going to expose as a single time series, and we're going to put a label on that time series to tell you which is the upper bound of this particular bucket. The LE stands for less than or equal to. So this would be, for example, the first bucket here means anything. We have had 20 requests that have finished in less than or equal to 25 milliseconds. And yeah, I mean, we have one counter time series for each bucket. You had to manually configure in the client instrumentation where these upper boundaries are. So you're instrumenting your service, you're saying create a histogram, and then you're listing, you create a list, right? You say 25, 50, 100, 250, and that would have to be kind of, pretty static and relatively the same over all the instances of your service, so that later on everything in PromQL works correctly. Here again, you just see how that gets serialized out on the wire when Prometheus scrapes a histogram from a service instance, and it then gets translated into this dumb data model of just an identifier and a current count. We also, for each histogram, don't only expose the buckets, the individual one, but also the total number of observations, like how many requests have we handled. Sorry, that's the underscore count. And then the underscore sum would be the sum of observations, which in this case of request latencies would mean the total time spent in handling requests. So a lot of things are already great about these classic histograms. We don't want to, throw everything away. First of all, they're really great at efficient high-frequency observations. So if your service is handling millions of requests per second, any of these histogram buckets is just internally in memory a counter that just needs to be incremented. So it's really efficient to track observations into classic histograms already. There are ways to compute percentages, ratios, and averages from the existing classic histograms. For example, if you had a bucket with an upper boundary of 100 milliseconds, then you could divide that by the total number of requests to give you a percentage or a ratio of any requests that finished within 100 milliseconds relative to the total number of requests. There's also the histogram quantile function to help you calculate or at least approximate percentiles from histograms. So that was already possible. And you were able to further break out a histogram by additional label dimensions. So for example, for every method and path or instance of a service. But that got really expensive, right? Because then every histogram bucket needs to be paired with every other combinations of labels. So the label explosion there, the cardinality explosion, can get pretty high. And the cool thing, though, was you could aggregate over those histograms. Let's say you have two service instances. They both have a histogram of their latency behavior. You could then aggregate those two histograms together as long as they have the same bucket schemas, and then do further operations with that. Now, what sucks about these classic histograms? First of all, as I already mentioned, they can get really expensive, especially if you break them up by further label dimensions, because each bucket becomes its own time series in the data model, because each sample in the TSDB can only contain a float 64. And also you had to manually think about it as a service instrumenter, like what is the latency profile that I'm interested in? And then you had to manually configure the bucket configuration. So how many buckets you want to have and what are their upper bounds. And the schema had to be the same for different other dimensions that you want to break up on. So if you want to break up on method equals post versus method equals get, you would still have to have the same bucket schema between those two, even if they had totally different latency behaviors. And the shared bucket schema would be ideal for neither of them. So definitely a bit of a trade-off. So yeah, in practice, there's been a huge trade-off between the cost and the resolution for these classic histograms, and a lot of overloaded Prometheus servers that just, go out of memory or crash in some way. So the big question here, can we improve on that while keeping the good features? And this is where native histograms come in. First of all, right, one series per bucket is just expensive. The number of series that Prometheus has to index and store and process is one of the primary scaling bottlenecks of a Prometheus server. So could we potentially put an entire histogram into a single sample values of a single series? That would be really cool, right? So that's the first thing that native histograms actually do, which is sample values can now also alternatively be an entire histogram, right? So now we can have one time series and it can point to an entire histogram. That's awesome. Okay, but second question, can we also additionally improve the structure of the histogram itself? Can we make the buckets more high resolution, like very fine-grained buckets that tell us in more detail what the latency of the system is doing? But then only store those buckets that we really need, the ones that actually currently have requests in them. So that's the sparse buckets property here. And we also maybe want to get rid of that manual bucket config that we had to do, right? And histograms like that, so high resolution sparse histograms already exist in other systems, but they were harder to implement with Prometheus's computational model and with a pull model where multiple Prometheus servers could pull from the service instance, and it can't just like reset the histogram every 15 seconds or so. But Björn came up with a schema that works really well. So the structure of native histograms that is being stored in a single sample, I'm trying to illustrate completely on the slide. So first of all, the buckets are exponential buckets. There is always a bucket that has an upper bound of 1, and then everything else revolves around that. Each subsequent bucket is wider by a given factor, for example, 1.2 times wider, right? And so on and so on. So these further buckets, they get like really, really wide. And we do not track buckets for which there are no observations. So that makes it cheaper. In reality, if we below the number 1, if we just went all the way to 0, we would be creating an infinite number of buckets in an exponential scheme towards 0. So we don't want that. We don't want to create like a bucket that has an upper bound of 0.000001. So we just define a cutoff where we say, okay, anything that is below 0.1, we just want to group into one single 0 bucket, we call it. Just not to create these infinite buckets towards 0. And yeah, one thing though, in reality, the powers here, they're not powers of 10. I just did that for illustration purposes, so it's easier to understand. In reality, the bucket widths and the possible factors are a little bit different, but I'll get to that in a second. First question though, sparse buckets, how does that work? So, in the ideal case, we have a histogram here. We only track those buckets that we really need to, that we have requests for. But unfortunately, in reality, probably your service will still have a few requests for all the different buckets, the possible buckets in between, that maybe just get 1 request or 2 requests, and you still have to track it, and it's annoying, and now it gets expensive again. So these histograms can accumulate entropy in that sense over time. And the question is, can we deal with that somehow? The good news is that, well, each bucket itself is just a counter metric. You never want to use a raw counter value anyway in PromQL, because it's just some absolute value that started from 0 at an arbitrary time. So you always have to take either the rate, increase, or irate function over a counter anyway before using them further. And those functions, they deal fine with resets. And counter resets can also happen occasionally anyway. When your service instance restarts, all these counters will go down to 0 again. So those functions have to be able to deal fine with that. So we can do the same with these native histograms. We can just reset the histogram completely once in a while. And that actually works well. And it garbage collects these little tiny count buckets. Another really cool property that we have with the native histograms is that all possible bucket schemas are convertible into each other with resolution downgrades. So this actual exponential factor that's the only thing you need to configure when, instrumenting your service with a native histogram. That is not actually the factor that is really being used under the hood. It's just an upper bound, and it's down approximated to one of these possible factors that are listed in this table. The formula used to come up with these is 2 to the power of 2 to the power of minus n. And the reason why it's that weird formula is we want to arrive at a list of bucket schemas where each next schema has a bucket width that is twice as large as the previous schema. And that ensures that we can take, a higher resolution schema, and we can just double the width. We can just downgrade it into a lower resolution schema by adding those two fine-grained buckets together and making a lower resolution bucket out of them. And now we're able to, for example, add it to another histogram that has a lower resolution already. So now that's really cool. We can aggregate any histograms from anywhere in your services together, and you don't need to, initially configure them with the same factor. So big advantages, you have to store way fewer time series. The buckets are encoded really efficiently under the hood in the TSDB as well. You don't need to store the buckets that are not actually used by any requests. As a result, you have way higher resolutions that are possible. You can aggregate all these different schemas together, and you have to configure less. You just need to configure one factor versus a whole list of possible, upper bounds. So question, how can you use this in the Prometheus server today? You need to enable an experimental feature flag. So that's -- enable feature equals native histograms. Hazard warning, it is still experimental. It can still change, but it's already working. So if you want to try it out, you can, experimentally try it out. And what that will do is the Prometheus server will then send an accept header to the scrape target saying like, hey, I additionally now also support this protobuf-based scrape format that supports native histograms. And if that scrape target supports those already, it will then send them over. Otherwise, it will still send the classic histograms. So currently, there's a new protobuf-based format for transferring these native histograms. But people are also working on retrofitting it onto the existing Prometheus text scrape format to also have them in there. It's just much more efficient to transfer them over protocol buffers. Oh yeah, this is the slide that actually explains that. So here you can see the accept header that is being sent. And yeah, one important thing though is currently native histograms in the instrumentation side, so for your service itself, are only implemented fully in the Go client library. So it will still take a while for the other language client libraries to pick up and also offer this as a feature. Quick comparison on the instrumentation side between the classic histograms and the native histograms. So for the classic histograms, right here, you can see we had to specify the entire list of upper bucket bounds for those buckets. Whereas with the native histograms, all we have to do is we have to provide this factor, in this case 1.1, and then it gets approximated down to that 2 to the power of 2 to the power of minus n. That's the nearest one that fits that. There are also a bunch of optional other settings you can do in the instrumentation to, basically, choose the width of your 0 bucket. And then these other settings here that kind of help you manage the number of buckets that get created and when reset should happen, and so on. So there's different strategies for how the client library can handle with situations like, there's like too many buckets being created because you have requests spanning your entire latency range, and then it has, you can configure the maximum bucket number, you can reset more often and so on, or you could increase the 0 bucket. And the full explanation of how these options interact with each other I linked down here. It's a big, large comment in the Prometheus client library that fully explains that. All right, so what do these look like in PromQL actually? So if you just query a native histogram, now really just by its base name up here, you don't need to have the underscore bucket anymore, which is nice. Then you can see that the sample value really contains a count, a sum, and then all the buckets in that histogram. At the moment, it's still a bit obtusely formatted and not very readable, but I'm working on a better representation that will look somewhat like this potentially. I have to figure out how to best display it. But yeah, this would show you the same information in a bit of a more readable tabular way. But for now, it's this more arcane way. So yeah, how can we work with these in PromQL? We can still take the rate function over a full histogram. And since the count, the sum, and all the individual buckets are actually just counter metrics conceptually, even if they're not individual time series anymore, we can still just rate them as normal. And then what we get back is still a valid histogram, but with each of the counters and each of the fields just being rated over a given period of time. Similar for increase and irate. We can aggregate them still like we could with classic histograms. So yeah, that's pretty much the same as before. The PromQL functions do the same, the right things under the hood. They notice if something is a native histogram, and then they just do the right operations like they would have done with normal time series. You can still use the histogram quantile function as before to approximate a percentile or quantile from a native histogram, as you could with a classic histogram. It just gets simpler basically. So if we have a comparison here between, on the left-hand side, we have classic histograms, and on the right-hand side, we have the native ones. In the metric selection, we no longer have to have the underscore bucket because basically the histogram quantile function already knows that it only needs to access the buckets anyway, and it's all properly encoded in the sample now. And if we sum up histograms, we don't no longer have to explicitly preserve the less than or equals label because it's no longer a label on the time series. It's just like a little metadata thing inside the sample itself that will be preserved in any case. So yeah, things actually get simpler. It still works the same. The results will just be better than before. They will be more precise and cheaper. There are additional functions for accessing some information from native histograms. For example, the histogram fraction function allows you to select what fraction of your total requests falls within a given latency range. For example, in this case, we're saying, what's the fraction of my requests that falls between 0 and 0.05 seconds or 50 milliseconds? And in the case of this first method equals get path API bar label combination, that would be a fraction of 0.98. So like almost all the requests finish in 50 milliseconds. There are also accessor functions, histogram underscore sum and histogram underscore count, for grabbing into the histogram and getting only the count or only the sum field out and not all the buckets. But that might change over time. It could actually become a syntactical feature of the language itself. That's not fully determined yet. So these parts are still a little bit in flux. That's why it's experimental. And binary operators already work to a large part as well. If you add two histograms together, or in this case, two rated histograms, it will work as expected. The different counts will get added together, the different sums will get added together, and all the equivalent buckets will get added together. All right, now you might be wondering, how is this performing in the real world? And luckily, Björn again has done a detailed talk and experiments about this. If you search for Prometheus native histograms in production on YouTube, you will find it. And the main takeaway is very simplified. The very rough bottom line from that talk is that for the storage part, he got 10 times the resolution for half the price. In his semi-realistic example of running a big use case at Grafana Labs. For the query times, they ended up being roughly the same with that higher resolution and half the price, right? But just some queries actually are just a very tiny tad slower with native histograms. Imagine, for example, you only want to access the count of a histogram. That would already just be an individual time series that you can just query with a classic histogram. Whereas with the native histograms, you now first have to decode that histogram and then only extract the count field from it. So it's a tiny bit slower. But yeah, and he also noticed that the bucket entropy was pretty reasonable in the sense of, these tiny low count buckets accumulating over time. The resets didn't have to happen too often. So yeah, that was actually totally fine. And yeah, here you can also see a heat map comparison, classic versus native ones, for Björn's use case. And he just got so much more detail on the right-hand side here, where an entire story is kind of happening that you can see on the right-hand side that is kind of just mushed together on the left-hand side. All right, so just again, a hazard warning. It is still experimental, but do try it out, give feedback. Now is still a good time to change things if they need to change, but it's also getting pretty stable already. There are many more native histogram talks that have happened over the years here. I've listed them in reverse chronological order. Many of them are by Björn. You can see he started thinking about this in 2019 already. And then he gave more and more and more talks about it until he really started implementing and releasing it. All right. And then finally, thank you very much. I also have a YouTube channel at PromLabs. So that's, I'm just trying to explain Prometheus concepts and fundamentals with diagrams and animations in a hopefully well understandable manner. And I also have Prometheus training courses where you can just buy material to learn all the Prometheus fundamentals for yourself. All right, thank you very much. And I'm here for any questions if there are any.
Thank you for the session, Julius. It was an amazing one.
Thank you.
To start, actually, there is a question. I was just gonna get to that, but okay. Can you see the question?
Now I can. Yeah, I had to unshare
Okay.
my screen and everything. Is there a plan to deprecate classic histograms against native histograms in the future? No, the classic histograms, at least in Prometheus 2, if we ever break anything completely, they will always still be there. We don't have any plans on removing them anytime in the next, foreseeable future. They do have, slight advantages in a very few cases, but like this count example that I mentioned, if you only need the count, or if you want to set a bucket at a very specific latency bound, for example, although that is also something that we could add to the native histograms as well. Like if you all want to have one bucket that has an upper bound at 100 milliseconds because that is relevant for your SLA or something. That's something that Björn is thinking about also adding to the native ones.
Right. So on my side, what I wanted to say and ask was that you said at the start that all credit goes to Bjorn for the new and native histograms, right? For me, I think personally, you also get credit for laying the foundation for Prometheus as well. I think that you should give credit where it's due as well. So that is a
Thank you.
personal opinion. And on top of that, it was a two-part statement. I have a question as well. So it was a curated question. What we wanted to know was what was your motivation back in 2012 during SoundCloud as well? What made you come up with? What were your motivations? What was the focus that you had when you wanted to make Prometheus? And the second part of the question is, can students and professionals also contribute to Prometheus? I know this is an open source project, but what would be the proper procedure to maybe contributing to Prometheus?
Yeah, so cool. Thanks for those questions. The first one, this was 11 years ago. Both myself and Matt Proud, we came from Google, being site reliability engineers there, to SoundCloud. We didn't know each other before yet, but we met there, and we both missed Google's Borgmon monitoring system a lot. Um, Google had already had a cluster scheduler for many years by that time, kind of Kubernetes-like, but only internal, called Borg. And they had a monitoring system called Borgmon, and it already had this labeled data model, and it had a time series computational language like PromQL, um, and a scrape model. So like very similar to what became Prometheus. So we were quite inspired by that. We, at SoundCloud was down a lot, was unreliable a lot, had a lot of issues, and it
Right.
already had a cluster scheduler though that was built before Docker even existed, and Kubernetes was still a long way away, but they had built like a very raw Linux LXC containers cluster scheduler where hundreds of microservices with thousands of instances were running in a dynamic way on it already, changing hosts and ports every day and everything. And that got really hard to monitor with anything else that was available in the open source world at the time. So Graphite, StatsD, Ganglia, and all these things that were really made, first of all, for a way more static world. There wasn't a query language. The data models were more hierarchical rather than just labeled based, if there was any data, like any structure to the metric name at all. And yeah, so we basically just, in that situation, we wanted something more like Borgmon, and that became Prometheus. Pull model,
Right.
service discovery, dimensional data model, proper query language, and all these things. I guess by nowadays, it's not that crazy anymore, but back then it was a big change. Second question, what was that again?
It was
Um,
about contribution to the open source
Right.
project.
Yeah, right. So anyone can definitely contribute to Prometheus. We're very happy about that. There are, of course, it's always a nuanced topic of how exactly what's the best way to start, right? You could just start today. You clone it from GitHub. You make a local change with Git, and maybe you just fix a typo, and then you create a pull request on GitHub. And if you're lucky, you catch the attention of a maintainer, and it gets merged. In reality, of course, there are often also some complications. If you make a too large change without first discussing it a lot, right, then that's probably not a good idea. Like if you're thinking about making larger changes, it's always a good idea to first discuss them on either the developers mailing list or somewhere else in a forum with Prometheus developers. Um, versus just sending a huge pull request and saying like, hey, why are you not merging this? You may also run, as with any Prometheus, with any open source project, into issues where the maintainers, they just have so many things to do. They're always overloaded. So you might have trouble catching their attention on a pull request. So sometimes you have to ping people multiple times before they get to actually reviewing a pull request. And but yeah, generally it's open to everyone. Just don't, I would start small, right? Like small fixes here and there, and then gradually increase as you get to know the people you're working with, and as you're getting more sure and sure that the larger changes that you want to make fit into the overall pictures. We do have in each repository also a contributing.md markdown file that explains in more detail exactly these things, right? Like small fixes, just send them. Larger things, discuss them here and here first, and they give you good links and pointers to how to technically and collaboratively contribute. But yeah, definitely contributions welcome.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. Oh, we have another question.
Oh yeah, how
Any?
do you recommend transitioning from native histograms to any newer implementations without losing historical data or continuity in monitoring? Um, Yeah, I mean, good question. I think there's not one PromQL query you can run currently that would return. Well, I guess you could build one. Yeah, I guess you could. But let's say the constructs for example, the histogram quantile function, for using it with a native histogram versus using it with a classic histogram are slightly different. Um, So you couldn't just use the same construct and it would work for both the old data and the new data when you switch over from classic to native. What you could do though, you could have both in one query and then join them together with an OR set operator to either show the data from the classic ones or the data from the native ones, depending on which data is actually present. If you're only interested in the actual final quantile, that will actually work. You would have the histogram quantile part just duplicated once the old pattern and once the new pattern. You have an OR between them that is joining the time series on the right labels. So that could work. And yeah, you could also collect both for a while. So yeah, there's ways to do that with the client library, at least if you give yeah, I mean, you could track the same histogram really like under two different metric names, once in a classic way and once in a native way, and then wait for, let's say, 2 months or something, and then you have a 2-month overlap in data in both the old and the new ones, and then you could switch everything over, for example.
Oh, we have another question.
When working with categorical data, can histograms still be used? If so, how are they different from histograms of continuous data? I'm not sure what categorical data means specifically in this case. Maybe like data that doesn't change over time at all, like a histogram, like a static histogram. I don't know. Let's assume it means that. Then you could still use it. There will, I mean, I think there's probably so assuming it means it's not a histogram where each bucket is a counter conceptually, but more of a value you set once, right? You get a histogram from somewhere already that already exists, and you just want to populate it in the native histogram. It assumes that it already fits into the native histogram bucket schema, right? With those constant factors, the ones that are supported. Otherwise, it would not work. So that is important. Yeah, labeled data. Yeah, but time series are also labeled data. So that's a good question of what exactly that means. But yeah, so far, as far as I know, the classic histogram, the native histograms, they only support this, normal continuous use case where you increment or where you observe values into them, and then these underlying counters just increment. But there's nothing really stopping them from also having a feature in the future where you can set a particular values for particular buckets manually, I think.
Do we have any more questions? All right.
Oh yeah,
I think we have 3 more.
do we have any timeline on when exporters like OTel will support them, or that isn't in the scope yet? I don't know exactly how far OTel is with them. I know that Björn took OTel into consideration when he thought about the bucket schemas to make it at least possible to make them compatible. That's all I know. Because OTel was also defining how exponential histograms and sparse histograms should look like and so on. And I think he took that into account, that this will be possible to be interoperable. Sorry, my English today. How do the native histograms in Prometheus enhance observability from microservices running in Kubernetes clusters? Yeah, I mean, that's basically the prime use case for which they really offer large advantages, meaning that now you can track way more things in more detail with less cost, right? Because you do not have this thing like if you have 10 buckets, that number of 10 gets multiplied into your number of time series as before, right? Because now all these buckets are just inside a single sample. So that really helps on the indexing and time series processing front. But at the same time, the structure of each histogram is also much better in terms of the fine-grainedness and sparseness of the buckets. So, you can track more things, and the precision or accuracy you'll get out of those measurements will also be better. And that's really important in Kubernetes environments where you do have hundreds or thousands of processes very dynamically springing up and down.
I think those are all the questions that we have for now. I have one last question, so it's kind of a personal one. What was the motivation behind the or the inspiration behind the name Prometheus?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been 11 years now, so the memory is slightly fuzzy, but I do remember us going through various Wikipedia lists of Greek goddesses and titans and all these, the
Okay.
usual thing you do when you name a project or you need a name. And Prometheus ended up having like four advantages. First, it sounded cool. Second, the .io domain was free and we could get it like on GitHub because and it existed already, but it was not being used. So GitHub gave it to us. And then also symbolic wise, it worked well, right? It's like Prometheus brought fire, so it's illumination that fits to observability. But on the other hand, Prometheus also stole fire from the gods and brought it to the humans. And this is kind of a little bit how we were inspired by Google technology and open sourced it basically. So
Yeah,
it fit a lot in the symbolism.
I kind of get the tag with where the open source came in, taking fire from the gods and giving it to the people. I
Yep.
understand that.
Yeah, I
All
like
right,
that.
great.
Oh,
Again, I
there's
have one
another
last
question.
question. Yeah, great.
Okay, are there any particular resources, plugins, or tools you'd recommend for someone looking to get the most out of histograms in Prometheus, especially in complex or large scale deployments? Um, I mean, I the classic ones at least, right? They just have these drawbacks that are really annoying where you can't do too much. Um, there is in the Prometheus documentation a whole like if you go just to Prometheus IO and you go to the search field and you just search for histograms in the search field, there's a whole page that will be found that's called histograms and summaries in the best practices section, and that does go into um, how to use histograms and summaries in general. What are uh, the errors that you can get in quantile estimation given a certain histogram and so on. So that's a good starter, at least I think. Um, and for the native ones, I don't think there's like there's not much yet except for a bunch of talks on YouTube. But also you have to do less there, right? You just give that factor and it will mostly just work. Um, but yeah, the main maybe one thing I would say about the classic histograms is it's cool that you can split them up by additional label dimensions like method, path, status code, and so on. Just don't go overboard with it because it has that high cost. So maybe if you want to have a counter metric that splits up by all those additional dimensions, have a separate counter that is separate from the one that's like this underscore count in the histogram that has all the extra dimensions you want to track the request rates on. But then for the histogram itself, maybe have fewer dimensions on it so that it does not get as expensive. Oh, I cannot hear you at the moment.
Sorry, my mic was muted. I said thank you so much for coming today on a weekend, especially, and for giving us your time and an amazing session as well.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. My pleasure.
Yeah,
Have
yeah,
a have a
great.
great rest of the event.
Also, I wanted to ask, can we get your slides by the end of the presentation?
Yeah, I can. Let me
So
just
that
send you the
we can
link.
use the links for your socials, like your YouTube and LinkedIn.
I just sent you the link in the StreamYard
Great.
chat here. Yeah,
All right, great. Thank
perfect.
you so much. All right.
Wonderful. Alrighty. See you.
All right. See you.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Okay, so thank you so much, Julius, for coming today on a weekend, especially like that takes dedication. Next up, we have Angel Ramirez, who is going to be giving a session on revolutionizing engineering platforms and DevOps with Kubernetes and CNCF projects. Before we get to that, we have a small activity where we are basically going to be doing a spin wheel challenge. And what's going to happen is we would have a bunch of names and a bunch of prizes tagged to those spin wheels. So we're gonna quickly shift over to that. We're gonna show you the spin wheel. It's gonna spin, and then whoever's name comes up, we're gonna reach out to you, or you're gonna reach out back to us, and we'll tell you what you want. Okay? So, could you bring up the spin wheel, Farhan? It'll be up in a minute. Oh, by the way, for the people at home wondering why do I keep looking up, I have a screen that's like way up in the wall and my laptop here, so that's why. All right, let's spin the wheel. Oh, I think we're having some technical difficulties with spinning the wheel. It shouldn't be that hard. Yeah. So yeah, this is welcome to KCD, guys. The first ever event that we had. So don't worry about it. Some technical difficulties were bound to happen. It'll be better next time. Don't worry about it. All right. I think we are now spinning. All right. Okay, Abdul Qadir, congratulations. You won. If you're in the stream right now, if you can just leave a comment, I'll see that you're inside the chat. And if you are, you can just reach out back to the people who are representing the organization, that is KCD, or we'll reach out to you. If we have about a minute to respond in chat, if you're not, we're just going to spin the wheel again until we get a response from the person who's in the stream. Should I count the minute? Right, I'm counting the minute. And by the way, we're going to spin the wheel 5 times. Okay, Mohammed Osama Tariq, congratulations. You also won something that we're gonna give you. So just reach out to us and leave a comment if you can. I have the timer running, so you have about a minute left to comment in the stream. Next up we have Mahmoud Arshad, congratulations. Again, same thing, just leave a comment, we'll reach out or you can reach out back to us. We're gonna do our fourth one. Okay, Asad Danur, same thing to you, my man. Just leave a comment and we'll reach out or you can reach back out to us. And your minute starts now. Okay, the first person who was up, yeah, Abdul Qudus, I believe your minute is gone. Unfortunate. And last but not the least, we have Mohammad Shawez Wazanfar. I hope I pronounced that right. If you're here in the stream, just leave a comment and we'll reach back out. Or you can reach back out to us. I think that's 5 people. Alright, great. So I guess you guys collectively have about 5 minutes to reach out. Or let's make it easier. For the people who watch the stream, you can just tell your buddy that your name popped up on stream. Yeah, I'm here, thank you. Osama, okay, Osama Tariq, I think you were the third person who came up on our list. Great. You're either going to be presented with a LinkedIn premium subscription, maybe a GitHub T-shirt coupon, or a KCD swag box. And we also have a Linux Foundation certificate voucher as well. And for asking great questions, we will be giving Mohammed Siriam a LinkedIn premium as well. Thank you for the questions, my guy. And reach us out to at hello@kcd.com. Is it .com or is it just hello KCD? It's hello KCD. Is Ramirez in chat or not? Is Ramirez here in chat? Angel Ramirez. Okay, he will be joining us at 5 o'clock. So I think we have about 15 minutes. Approximately 10 minutes. So until then, if you guys have any questions for me, for KCD, or anything in general, me and Farhan are right here. Ali Python. I am also here, but couldn't be able to give on giveaway. Face purple crying. Are you sure you're registered? Is your name in the registration list? If you are, could you just leave your name in the comments, and we'll check. Hold on, I have a 2-minute thing.
Till that, if you folks have any question from the team, you can ask in the comments about anything agenda or maybe about the in-person event we are having on 16th of September.
Sorry about that. I had to go get some water. When is the next giveaway? I think around 5:30 Pakistani time. We're gonna have another giveaway, so stay tuned for that. And also make sure you know that you're registered for the event and that your name is inside our raffle. So make sure you register. There is a link in the chat. If now, we'll just send out one. Actually, you can see one in front of the presentation. But yeah, make sure you're registered so you can win cool prizes. If for the people who are attending, if you're from Lahore, we have Tim Hortons donut vouchers. So if you need those, we'll just send them out to you as well. So again, active participation is needed for these. So make sure you are staying tuned throughout the stream, and we'll give out the those vouchers for you guys. Frank, this being also didn't registered for the event. Will I be getting the LinkedIn Premium as said by Kubernetes? I mean, you came up with good questions. I think that kind of covers up your for not registering. Yeah. I think the reason why you won was because you were asking good questions. So kudos to you. Also, Saram, I think we have sent out a subscription voucher to you on your email, so if you can just check that. Can I get up teacher? Okay, so what you can do is you can register for the event now. I'm talking to Ali, that is. You can just register for the event now, and once the next giveaway comes up, if your name comes up, we'll give it to you. Don't worry about it. And we have to make it as fair as possible. I think we have Angel. Hi, Ramirez. How are you? Can you hear me?
Hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. How are
Okay,
you?
good. Thank you for coming. Sorry, you just popped up spontaneously. I didn't realize. So, everyone, welcome Angel Ramirez. He's going to be giving a session on revolutionizing engineering platforms and DevOps with Kubernetes and CNCF projects. So, I think I'll give it to you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Well, hi everyone. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. Presentation here. I do apologize in advance for my voice today. I'm a little under the weather. There you go.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. I think you're pretty audible. Actually,
Thank
I
you so
think I
much.
didn't give a quick introduction. I just also wanted to know, you're the CEO of Cum, is it Cumbi or Cumbi?
Quemby, yes.
Quimby. Yeah, okay, okay, great. So guys, this is Angel Ramirez. He is the CEO of Cumbi. He's the ambassador of CNCF and the founder of FHCN. Right?
Yes.
All right,
Thank you
great.
so much.
Good luck.
Thanks. All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here. Something that I really love is about helping communities and spreading the knowledge. So as soon as I got the word that I was accepted to speak here, I was super happy. So today I have probably the longest title that you ever seen here. But the gist of it, what I'm trying to bring today as an objective is like how to think as a DevOps in terms of cloud native and Kubernetes. Because I mean, DevOps has been around for a while, so it's not just about Kubernetes and cloud native. So at the end, before we were called sysadmins, and before that, infrastructure engineers. So basically DevOps for me is a role that is being evolving as well as it being evolving with the technology. So I just wanted to bring today with this talk how to start thinking about DevOps if you're studying or if you're already doing it, how to use these Kubernetes cloud native tools in your advantage to build your own DevOps engineering platform in order to deliver products and software faster. So that's the main idea of the talk. Just a little bit about myself. I already been introduced, so I'm going to be brief. I was mentioning I'm the CEO of Quemby, which is a Kubernetes consulting company. But what really one of my real passions here is community. As you can see there, I was recently also supporting the KCD Guatemala in Latin America. I'm also a KCD organizing myself in Colombia. I run multiple meetups. I support also the CNCF community. Recently, as a program member, helping, selecting the talks that are going to be at KubeCon. So it's basically one of my passions, supporting the community in multiple ways. I strongly believe the knowledge is something that should be accessible to everyone, and that's one of my main focus, especially in Latin America, where it's a little hard to get the knowledge in Spanish. So I that's one of our main focus. Sorry about that. And well, that's kind of about myself. So let's kind of dive into the session today. What I'm trying to do here. 1 second. There you go. So it's a for some reason I'm getting a different. There you go. That's one. There you go. There you go. Sorry about that. So before we get into the agenda, one of the things that I want you to keep in the back of your head through this session is this picture. DevOps is a set of practices and cultural philosophy that emphasize in collaborations and communication. Um, when I started understanding DevOps and trying to get my head around it, moving from sysadmin, from developer into this new era, I thought that probably that like what everyone was understanding. Oh, okay, DevOps is combining developers and operations and all that. And in a way, it's true. But really, what I understood and this helped me see my the DevOps view in a different way is that it's a culture. So you just have to be all the time thinking about how can I make this better, efficient? How can I bridge the gap between multiple areas? And that was the way that helped me out really get the DevOps mentality moving forward. So if you ever been part of a project or you are in the middle of let's say in your company and there's a lot of collaboration and there's a lot of multiple teams that need to be working together, I, I want you to put that in your mind. So and use that as an example through the whole session and trying to see how can you apply what we're going to be talking today into those case scenarios. Um, and especially because we're going to see evolution first and then explain how this is going to be tying all these things together and how DevOps and cloud native tools, right, are going to help to basically make that collaboration better. So with that in mind, so let's now kind of glance through the agenda. We're going to look at the world of DevOps. We're going to see how cloud native gets into the mix, talk about orchestration. Let's see how the CNCF project plays a game here. But let's talk about pipelines, observability, and of course, what's next, right? So just keep in mind, I usually do this workshop in like 4 hours, so I had to compress a lot of concepts into about 45, 30, 35, 40 minutes. So please feel free to ask me any questions in the middle of the, no problem. So now let's move on. And the first thing that we're gonna see is the world of DevOps, right? As we were talking about, is the main thing is how we're gonna make the time of the software development cycle shorten, and that's automation. So when I'm putting my DevOps hat, I'm always thinking about can I make this better? Can I reduce manual work? Can I short the time that takes X, right? And also that yields into like enhancing the speed. I mean, we are going to see later on an example of a pipeline, and the first thing that's going to come to your mind is, okay, so do you need all this? Can you make it shorter? Can you make it faster, efficient? So all those things are the basically what the world of DevOps means, and especially quality. Um, I cannot stress enough, and I think I'm gonna take this from the famous Uncle Bob, where quality has to be always in every step of the way and starting at the beginning, not at the end. Because at the end, software is driving a lot of stuff that we use in daily life, and we want to make sure that it's secure. We want to make sure that it delivers in a way that is safe to use later on. Nowadays, software is in everything that we use. Medicine, for example, let's say that we are in an operation and it doesn't work, the machine that we're using. So that's gonna be a really bad scenario. Maybe there are always a scenario where software is not life threatening, but at the end, we had to treat every single piece of software that we're going to deliver with the most quality high quality mentality as possible. So that's one of the things that I really focus a lot. So the best way that I can explain these worlds of DevOps and the impact is using the case study. I like this one. This is in the CNCF case study landscape. And I really, I mean, the link is right there. So I'm going to share this slide with you, with all of you later, so you can take a look at it deeper. But the gist of the case is like how they basically improve their deployment time from month to 2 days, right? And this is basically assuming that they have the whole experience and they say, well, we have feature A, we need to deploy it, or we need to get it to production. Let's say it takes 2 days. Depends of the scenario. You might say, well, that's 2 days a lot, or 2 days is really fast. At the end, look at the span. They went from month to 2 days. Right there, you got already a big impact on efficiency, right? And in speed. Also, they claim the efficiency of the code. Once you enter your changes, let's say I made one change in their software, and as soon as it gets into the pipeline, now it gets to production within 3 hours. That's huge, right? So maybe that one change is not the whole feature, but you don't need to wait now, days or weeks to get that code into production. You can move faster. So that's iteration right there. At the end, well, you can scale a lot with these this new mentality, because now you can basically start shipping code without having to wait for everything to be built. So at the end, this case study teaches that if you apply proper DevOps mentality, you actually can get big wins with maybe not that many effort. Because sometimes we think, oh, we have to do everything at once to get the big impact, but not really. You can do it with small changes that makes the whole life cycle faster and efficient. So I wanted to bring this up because this is one of the case studies that actually impacts the most on the on in terms of DevOps, and kind of showcase what it does in a real way. So, and this also shows the example of like how you can breach that basically that gap between different areas like development, like infrastructure, that, because at the end that's what DevOps does, right? So once we have this concept of DevOps, kind of like narrowed down, and I hope I'm not going too fast. We now need to break this down into how we got here, and this is where, if you recall the initial slide where I was saying, keep this in the back of your mind that DevOps focus on efficiency and it's a culture, not a philosophy. And this is where now I bring the cloud native here. Because why we got into the DevOps model DevOps that we are today? Because now we have more complexity, new tools. We went from, and this is just an example, from monolithic to cloud native. So what that means is, this is a very good way to explain it. We went from having everything in one place, and I'm putting now my sysadmin hat. Back in the days, all I had was just one big package, and I had to put in an Apache server, or I had to put in an Nginx server. That's it, right? It's one server, one Nginx. Maybe you throw a load balancer or something in the front, but still the process was manual, and in somehow some way you can automate it. But even if you do it manually, it was something that you could just do. There was not that many software. So which is another thing that I wanted to kind of convey in the message is that 10 years ago we were doing things traditional. We call it traditional today, but they were not that complex. They were basically straightforward, simple deployments. Even if you're using cPanel, you just upload your zip file and you got it deployed. So, but nowadays, we got a lot better tools. I recognize like, bringing all these new technologies actually, make things a lot simpler in other ways and make it, very nice to scale in the long run. But at the end, you're basically getting more complexity. You're managing more tools at the same time. So this is the explanation of like where cloud native journey took us. Where okay, we went from now having a huge application software that we need to deploy with just one into now, we have to have multiple microservices with multiple deployments. Some of them don't have access to the internet, like the example that you see here. So maybe you only want to expose to the internet your front end or multiple front ends, but your microservices are going to be behind the whole infrastructure. So, but you still need to deploy them as in the same way, the pipeline. So that's now as a new complexity. That's the need of like a new wave of cloud native. Now, what cloud native brings to the table in this case, once again, I'm using only my DevOps hat here, so cloud native affects positively in multiple ways software engineer. But in the DevOps scale, I'm thinking now I have to basically deal with all this, but now I have scalability, I have resiliency, agility, because I mean, microservice A might be the only one that really, really requires a huge scale, not microservice C. But I can now do that, you applying all these concepts and new uh, basic cloud native mentality. So that's kind of what the cloud native journey is taking us. But we can't stop there, right? So now we have, just to do a quick recap, we understand what DevOps is supposed to do. I got it. It's culture. I have to make it. I always have to be thinking how to do something better, efficient, scalable. Good. I got that. So we're moving from having fewer deployments artifacts into now I may have 10, 20, 100. So what's next? How can I fix that, or how can I make that better? So that's where basically heroes come in. In Kubernetes, which is one of the CNCF projects, potentially the primary, it came with the, all right, so now that you have this issue of having to manage so many things at the same time, so many artifacts, I'm going to make it a little easier for you. So long as you can containerize it, I can run it, I can scale it, I can do the rest. That sounds interesting. So now my DevOps mentality is like, so now I have a tool that allows me to know how to worry about that too much. As long as I can give them some instructions of how I want it to work, it's gonna take it. Okay, cool. That's actually pretty cool, and that's what I basically call a hero. So sometimes they're just doing it a good way. So now the thing that I really want to highlight, and this is coming from the Kubernetes website, the definition is straight from the website, is look at that at the highlight words: automating, scaling, and containers. So basically, is embedding most of the stuff that as a DevOps I need to do into his own core. So that right there for definition is helping me to become a better DevOps. Now I have to just learn how to use it, learn how to give instructions, but it's embedded in the core. So to this point, I can start using basically Kubernetes itself, maybe with some manual work or some simple scripts, and build my first DevOps cycle. So people will use containers. I will probably use containers and make it easy to deploy, and then people can just deploy it, right? So of course we're not going to stop there, but to this point we now have a basic solution. So we went from monolithic to microservices, containers, then we put it on Kubernetes. So, but of course we had to make it a lot easier. Whole point of DevOps, like I had to make my own life easier. Can I just do more with less work? Can I automate more? Yes. Can I use tools that will make my life easier? Sure, of course. That's what the CNCF project landscape is for. So now, the CNCF landscape is overwhelming. And this is just a screenshot right here. On your left-hand side, we got the full landscape. It's everything that the CNCF touches and supports. And the right-hand side, instead, there is a foundation called the CD Foundation, which is also within the CNCF. Please only focus on the continuous delivery. And we're gonna explore that one in a second, but just to show you a couple of highlights where tools that can help out. And I'm not saying this is the only tool. Full disclaimer, there's so many ways to do it. There's so many tools here that you could build at least potentially 10, 20 different type of DevOps platforms or cycles with so many combinations. I'm just bringing these ones because it's kind of like okay, so easy to start, get it the gist of it, and install them and test it out. But definitely, and I'm going to touch upon Prometheus and Grafana a little more in a second. But for example, Prometheus, you will collect all the information that you need. In Grafana, you basically can visualize that metrics and information. So you get the Linkerd, which can help you build a service mesh. And what would we need something like that? And it's to make sure that you can see everything what's going on in between all the services that are communicating to each other. If we go back to the microservices slide for a second, just to show you where this works, is those microservices are talking to each other, and I need to know what's going on. That's also part of the DevOps work. If I know what's going on, I'm probably going to be able to make it better or find something to fix. So that's why something like Linkerd, this Istio, there's so many Kuba, so you can pick whatever you want, but they will give you a little more piece of information that you can use. Looking into the CD Foundation landscape, now we have other tools that is pretty easy to start with. That, for example, you got Tecton, which it helps you with the whole CI part. And the interesting part is that when using Tecton, it's a little more you design it yourself. You build your own actions, your own steps, and you make sure that it fits your own purpose. You can also use something like Spinnaker, which is a more traditional, already have multiple things designed, and it's more like cherry pick and combine it. Works perfect. So you have multiple options here, so you don't have to set one. What I would suggest is like kind of like test multiple ones and see which one works for you. But just giving an idea. So there's also Argo CD, sorry, which maybe a lot of you have heard before. And Argo, what give you is that type of like CD portion where, hey, let me now just do the last mile, the deployment, but it does in a really nice way using GitOps, which is another new thing concept that we're gonna be hearing a lot. But that's a separate story. But in that sense, Argo CD helps you with the deployment into the Kubernetes environments in a really nice fashion way. There's other tools that does that, but just to show you one of them. But there's another thing that also starting as a DevOps, I ignore at the beginning, not intentionally, but I ignore it was right. So do I also have to automate my infrastructure? Is that something that I need to do? And the answer is yes. I mean, the whole point of DevOps is, once again, is bridging gaps. So sometimes we assume that gap is only, let me help get a developer their code deployed. Yes, that's one thing, but it doesn't stop there. You also have infrastructure layers. There's networking. there's so many areas that DevOps, using the right tools, the right mentality, can help, which would make the entire organization better, efficient, you name it. So that's the reason why I brought these tools here, not because of the tool itself, but the areas that they do, which I definitely would recommend that you explore further. So I'm gonna make a quick stop here, and I want to share the. Let me see if second. Yeah, you can see that on my screen. There you go. So this one, I'm gonna open up this one as well. So they are embedded in a way, right? So this is the huge big landscape. Everything is in here, so you can basically see more tools and other areas. But if I would be okay, Andrew, where should I start here? My recommendation is you get to the landscape and first start with the basic stuff. So you get Kubernetes cluster setting, of course, then start looking into, okay, so do I need to anything on the networking side? You go to service mesh. All right, so I got that right. Let's say I use Istio, Linkerd, whichever you feel comfortable. And then let's move on to like, okay, what else do I need to know? I need to basically learn anything about my the observability cycle. So let's go to observability, put Prometheus. You can later on explore with other things like Cortex and Tanos and all that. That's perfect. But if you're starting, go basic. Don't put too many tools, because that's like basically the other side of the coin, where few tools may not do the job. Too many tools, they just create a chaos for you, and then you're gonna start hating. So just basic Prometheus, put Grafana in there, see what it goes, learn it, try to get your hands on it, try to modify as best you can, tune it. Once you feel comfortable, you say, okay, I got everything that I'm working perfect, but there's something else that is not there yet that I need. Then you start adding something else that help you out. So that would be my recommendation, at least to when you're looking at this big landscape. Of course, you can also jump into like, okay, I want to know more about continuous integration, continuous delivery. I want to get into application build and deployment. You need to. That's part of your duty. So for that, my suggestion would be, okay, now take a step back and go to the CD foundation. Why? Because here it's going to be a little more categorized. So let's put it that way. So you're going to be focusing only on the delivery of the product cycle. So now you can say, all right, so let me understand what a pipeline orchestration is, which is what we were talking about just a few minutes ago about Tecton. All right, so should I use Tecton? Do I want to do it myself? Do I want to basically define every single step myself? Or do I want to use something a little more off the shelf, like Spinnaker, Screwdriver? I think Jenkins is also a really good mix between do it yourself and kind of like off the shelf. I'm not talking about Jenkins X in this case, but you have more options. So you don't have to settle for just one. Just test a few ones and see which one fit the bill for you. And then you get continuous integration, you get automation. So you get so many options here, but at least these options are going to be a little more kind of like relatable to what we're going to see next on the slide. And no worries, we'll go back here in a second. So that's kind of just an idea, right? So quick recap so far. Mentality, you have to just bridge gaps, make sure that you can be efficient, automate, try to create speed and quality. That's my mentality. Next, we got the basically the monolithic now out of the way. You got so many microservices. Your team now is 20, 25 developers, and they just shipping code every time. They're just making your life miserable. Great, that's part of the job. Awesome, celebrate that, because that means that you're gonna be busy. So now that you have to handle so many microservices and components, so you end up into the Kubernetes world. You're helping basically containerize, and you say, right, team, we need to containerize. Help me out there at least. Okay, cool, we got it there. And next step, you got the CNCF project, the one that I'm presenting to you right now. And then you start pulling projects and bringing it to your cluster and start tying those things together to make sure that they all work fine. And then what you're doing is, if you look into a timeline, your developers, let's say, that doing 60% work, 40% deployment, right? Let's put it that way. So now your job is to try to say, how can I get that 60% of the development, which is actually providing value to the organization, how can I move it now all the way close to 100? That's your job. That's efficiency. That's basically what you're looking for it to do. So if you the closer you can get that to 100% day focusing on code, the better. But at the same time, moving that to 100% of them coding does not mean that you moving now your time 100% to deploying the code, because then you basically just move the work that everyone is doing into just one person and you create a bottleneck. So the idea here is always, how much can I automate? So it's not my responsibility to deploy, it's my responsibility to make sure that the workflow works. And that's an easier job to focus on, right? And now, with that in mind, so let's introduce pipelines. Now we're gonna talk about like how can I get that done, or angels. Perfect, great. Thank you so much. You got me to the Kubernetes projects mentality. I'm awesome. So how I do it, because it's not gonna do it by itself, right? So this is where I will focus on only your needs. You're gonna find on the internet so many pipelines, so many. You're probably gonna be millions of pipelines, style guides, and so many blogs. They all work, they're all perfect, but they're not yours. So that's why I always start with, look at what you have, start with the basic, right? So only focus on what you currently have. If you have 10 microservices, they all, for example, read in Java or they'll read in Go. Don't try to make a pipeline that fits every single language and every single scenario. No, just build the pipeline that fits yours. It's going to be less time, less work. You're going to get it faster, and you start providing value faster, because that's what we've been talking about since the start of the talk. You need to provide efficiency. You need to provide speed. So if you can be faster, then you make everyone else faster. So focus only on your needs. I'm gonna just show you an example. Please don't take this as the one pipeline fits all, because it's not. So, for example, typical pipeline, you got your code, you build it, you test it, you deploy to test, auto test, deploy to production, and then you measure, right? So, typical pipeline. I can tell you that I've seen 100 different versions of this, for example. The nice thing here is that you go from your, your version control to your build, you build your code, everything is done. Then you do unit tests, and then you deploy to test. So actually, this is interesting, because in this is where your needs actually makes more sense than the standard at this point. Um, when you really do unit test, the programming languages that you first have to build and then test, the languages that you run the test, then build. There are programming languages that you don't build. You just run your test and basically do your containerization. So here's where you need to be careful, because once again, if your if your organization or whatever you're working on, your home project, if you're doing it in Node.js, for example, you run your test first, and then you build you run your unit test first, and then you build your Docker, and then you move all the way. There are also options where, do I want to go from deploy to test and then to production? I'm pretty sure that that doesn't fit all these scenarios, because there are maybe specific needs where you want to make that build go into multiple scenarios. Let's say from tests to QA, QA to staging, staging to beta, beta to production. So that might fit in some cases, or maybe some people say, no, I don't have a test environment. I just have a QA environment. Then go straight to production. Cool. Or I have a QA and then go to staging and then production. So here's where take this as an example or as an inspiration. Browse in the internet if you want, but try to build your own cycle. Always making sure that fits only your need. You can grow from there, but it's harder to have a huge genetic pipeline and try to make that one fit yours. That's one cases that I've seen a lot when DevOps are trying to start implementing pipelines. Is where, hey, they just bring this huge pipeline, and now they find out that because it's way too generic, it doesn't fit the case. So they need to start tweaking it, and then you basically end up with a Frankenstein pipeline trying to work in your code. So I would suggest start the other way around. Start with the steps that you only need. Just add when you need it. Regardless, if it's 2 steps, fine, works for you. If it's 3 steps, fine. As long as it works for your case study, you providing value. So that's kind of where the pipelines basically comes in. Now, if we want to put some tools to the pipeline, well, if we're talking about the version control, we know it could be GitHub, GitLab, whatever you want. All right, and then in the build, you have that's where you can use Tecton, Spinnaker, Jenkins. It helps, so you can basically do your build there. You I'm assuming that you're gonna be building a container so you can deploy into Kubernetes, but this pipeline basically applies to anything, right? So you can use it without Kubernetes. So that's so just to clarify that pipelines does not belong to a containerized environment. Pipeline is a set of steps that you basically follow. That is a workflow that fits your needs. And then you can do unit tests. Something pretty interesting about testing, which we usually unfortunately we usually ignore, is that here in the landscape, they have a section for testing, which I pretty like. I mean, I like the test automation. There are tools there that you can use. I'm probably you already using it. Just maybe not in a pipeline. K6, Selenium, pretty famous. So those are tools that are really common. I mean, I started using K6 lately. I've been doing some tests, and it's working super well for us. So basically, I recommend to take a look into the whole continuous automation, because testing plays a really important role into the DevOps life, because you cannot see everything. You cannot make sure that everything. There's no way that you can know that wherever a code is basically entering into a CI, how you ensure the quality, and it's only through test. And there's multiple tests. It's unit test, right? Which are assuming that the developers are doing unit tests. You run that test, and then how you measure the quality with a coverage. So now you have to add in a step. And let me go back to the pipeline into this unit test, where not only run the test, but make sure that passes the coverage that you pre-agree with your team. And the questions is always going to be, what is the ideal coverage? Is it 50%, 60%, 80%, 90, 100? I'm assuming that 100 should be the one, right? But we all understand that sometimes we're not talking about brand new code, right? Sometimes we're trying to modernize applications that never been tested before. So there is a compromise there. But at the end, even if it's a compromise, and a step in the pipeline should tell you that, because that's your bird view of the whole system. Now you know that you have 100 microservices and they all 80% covered. Perfect. Now you need to turn that in and say, hey, team, we need to now bump it out to 90. Let's just start getting closer to 90. And you do it little by little. So That's one thing. That's unit test only. But how about well, microservices, they talk to each other in a way. There are multiple systems, there are like databases. So now we're talking about integration tests. So now we see, oh, right, so not only testing that the actual unit code work, but also that it connects to the database or is able to talk to a queue. So how I can do that is through integrations. And also you can have in the future acceptance tests. Oh, that means that let's say that the whole software is working as expected. So that's where you can end up using something like Selenium, for example, where every time that your code passes to, let's say, that deploys to QA, now the auto test is basically let's run everything together, a set of full um, environment test. Actually, a pretty good example of that is Kubernetes itself. When they're releasing, there's a whole set of end-to-end tests that runs that takes a while, but it helps because it helps to make sure that at least the level of certainty that this software is doing what it's supposed to do is high as possible. I don't think the certainty is always 100% because there's things that can be kind of like skipped unintentionally in a test, but at least you can get as close as possible to 100. So, and you can see here, then we can choose to go to deploy to production, and why not. I mean, there's all a concept here in pipelines that you can start getting into later, like are we going to work with immutable artifacts or not? Are we going to use a different strategy for deployment? Are we using versioning? Are we using tags? Are we using branches? So there's a whole other concept here that we can basically spend the whole day talking about DevOps. But just to give you the basic is the pipeline should be a set of steps that fits your need only, because that's why you're trying to provide value. You're not trying to bring value to basically everyone in the world, to trying to bring value to that one case that you're working on, and then you can work from there, right? So that's kind of my 2 cents on the pipeline. The next step is something that we almost forget, and in some of the time is unintentionally, is that we deploy, we're good, hands up, let's go get coffee, tea, whatever you want to drink, and that's it. No, deployment is not the end. Deployment is the beginning of the actual software cycle. And let me explain why. 2 reasons. One, because you need to validate that everything is good. But 2, you need to know what's going on. So you can reverse the pipeline and say, I validate, I measure, I validate, and then go back with the feedback. So that reverse of the pipeline actually is just another beginning. But what really means measuring and validate? So it's basically observability. You need to know what's going on. There's no way that you can get this without knowing what's going on. I couldn't find the picture, but for me, is that you had that one giant eye looking at everything. That's what basically usability means. You need to know what's going on in your microservices. You need to know what's going on in your databases or any other thing in your infrastructure. Because sometimes observability, we think, oh, as long as I know what's going on in my application, we're good. No, you go deeper. You need to understand your resources. How is your CPU, your RAM is kind of behaving. So you need to have everything in your purview, so you can make decisions, educated decisions. Because sometimes we just say, "Oh, I feel like I want to do this," but it's not a gut feeling. It's more about I want to make sure that if I'm gonna make this change, is affecting this in a positive way. And another way to explain this is using another example. In the case of the meltwater, just to give you the gist, they start adding the main solution of their case was adding Cilium, for example, for observability. And you may ask, like, whoa, wait a second. So observability was not Prometheus, like what we're talking about here. So everything is observability. As long as you can measure everything, it's observability. You need to know what's going on. In this case, Cilium basically uses it's an eBPF based CNA, which helps you with the network on the Kubernetes side. Great, but not only do that, but also start using eBPF to measure everything else. And it has a really nice feature called Hubble, which allow you to see everything what's going on in your network. So now you're not only looking at, you can look at Prometheus metrics in a way, but you also can get this information and put it into Prometheus. So it's not about replacing, it's more about aggregating. Now you get more information, and you put them together and you make good decisions. I want you to notice also here in the tools that interesting enough, so Cilium is there. That's the I'll say that was the primary of the case study in this case. But if also you see they start adding Thanos, right? So I was saying in the beginning, like start with the tools, basic tools, and then you start adding flavors and kind of like putting more batches so you can make it stronger. So that's one case there. The other one is Argo. They use the Argo same as the first case study that we looked at, and also Kera. Kera is interesting because now we're getting into like also scaling appropriately. It uses a strategy, different strategies to scale, but it also uses metrics to scale. So by default, which is what I was saying at the beginning, so Kubernetes is kind of have all the values included, right? So I can scale if I want to. I just put my HPA, I select that I want to know based on CPU and memory, and I'm good to go. So I can scale, right? So that works. But now when you are in Kera, you also have other strategies. I can measure other things. I can connect it with Prometheus and say, hey, I want to scale now based on requests, based on this, based on that. So you have so many other strategies that you can use. You can even use a queue to make your scalability strategies based off. So that's kind of like the idea of this case study, why I brought it, is for you to see like you can go as basic as possible and have a huge impact, and you can go with all the more tools and also make impact. The difference on DevOps, and kind of this is where I will kind of start wrapping up, is not about the tool. It's about the problem that you have, the mentality of DevOps that you have, and what you're trying to accomplish. That's what it is. So that's why I started the beginning with the culture and the concepts, not with the tools, even though that the tools actually does the job. It's great. And if and I think moving forward into like what I believe is gonna be the next thing in DevOps is that city landscape. So that city landscape, in my opinion, is what's going to start driving what we're going to be doing next, because we're going to start seeing here, same as the main landscape. When it started with few tools. I mean, it didn't grow from 1 to 100 or 900 in a day. It started growing based on needs. So this is where I definitely see the future lying, also here in this landscape, where we're going to see more and more tools, but not because more tools, because they're going to be cases that we're going to start sharing, and then we're going to start developing tools or making tools better, so we can start helping more organizations in that way. So that's kind of my wrap up here. I know that I think I'm going over the time. I apologize there, but I really hope that my talk it was good for you guys, and really happy to be here in the KC Lahore. I don't know if that we have questions or. So I don't see any questions here. Oh, I didn't see. Okay, I got one question. Which LDSC? Okay, which LDSC model is applied here? Sort of like agile prototype model. Oh, gotcha. So Huh. Let me break that question in two parts. So the model itself of agile or safe or shape up, you can use really any methodology, which is kind of, I think, what you're asking. Like, in terms of methodology, DevOps can use any of those, whatever fits your bigger case, like in terms of organization. um Now, can I use DevOps for everything? I will. This is kind of like a little more looking forward into other areas, but Safe framework, I would suggest that you do some reading on that. And I don't know if I can bring that link here, and maybe share it. Give me 1 second. Um, because the interesting about Safe framework is that they do DevOps for everything. So even for sales, anything is DevOps. And I'm gonna copy the link here, and maybe I instead just share it with all of you. What's the best way to share a link here? How you suggest?
You can just send it in the private chat and we'll send it out to the
Okay,
people.
perfect,
Yeah,
good.
thanks.
I'm gonna do it here.
Great,
So I
we got
will,
it.
I will, I will suggest to maybe do some reading up on that. It's pretty nice. It's just applying DevOps culture to anything, because you can also automate that. If we're talking about, let's say, sales, can you use DevOps to automate sales? Yes, because at the end, DevOps is a culture that helps efficiency, right, and automation, and get everything in an efficient more way. So if you're looking at DevOps, you can start getting those tools that people use for sales, put them together, teach them together in a good way, and now you have a DevOps like sales pipeline. Let's put it that way. So once again, it's just for you to see, like, DevOps really shape is a culture. As long as we stick to that mentality, really software is just one area that DevOps supports. That would be my answer. Um, right. So there's another question here, right? So it says, what are some free resources that we can integrate this pipeline? Oh, free resources. Well, the landscape. The landscape that I share here, and we can also bring those links here. Sorry, 1 second. Um, and by the way, this presentation I'm gonna share it with the organization team
Yeah, we were gonna
organizers.
ask
So
for the presentation as well. That's great.
Absolutely. So yes, yes. Just remind me, just in case I forget. But I'm super happy to share it. This is all for you. Um, so those two resources, that's it. That's all you need. Like I said, CNCF has done a great job putting together tools and basically best practices that you can use. So my suggestion here is, like, before getting into the landscape, go to a couple of case study, read them, uh, learn from their case study, the solutions, and then now go to a landscape and start looking at, oh, Argo CD. Oh, let me see what this does, and then you get into that. Oh, they use Prometheus, and you get into that. So that's kind of what it is, and like I say, I'm available, so happy to help everyone. Like I say, my time is basically today it's kind of like almost 100% dedicated to the community. So anything I can help you, please let me know. My information is gonna be here in the presentation, and it's also on the website.
Hey, someone's asking how can they contact you?
My best way to contact me is on LinkedIn. I'm faster there than any other place. I'm gonna drop my link here. Um, but yes, LinkedIn is the fastest way, and like I say, I do also support multiple communities. So if you have a community chat or something that you want me to be part of, I'm more than happy to join and also support.
All right, good. I think we have another question up.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Oh, that's an interesting one. How can immutable database practice be applied to ensure data consistency and reliability in the more application architecture? Awesome, love it. So I have a kind of like So how can you, in terms of databases, I would shift that in a different way. So there's actually a really nice project in the CNCF landscape called Schema Hero, which allows you to define databases and migrations in a Kubernetes-like style. Um, I will I would probably suggest that you look into that project, Schema Hero. That's the name. Um, and the reason why I suggest that is because, well, let's talk about immutable. Depends, because if you're, let's say, production and dev have different databases, so you're not moving one database to the other environment like you do with the artifact. In microservice, you're probably doing that. You're moving microservices, you deploy it to QA, you do everything, and that same build, you may want to move it to production because now you are certain that there's nothing changed, right? So that's the whole point of immutable. So then nothing changed between one and the other one. But you're not gonna move a database, right, from one environment to another one. So most likely what you're gonna do is applying schemas, applying, migrations. So that's what I would suggest. Look into that project, because then what you could do is you apply using Kubernetes, right, your migrations, and because you know that works on this environment, all you have to do is move it to the other environment, the actual definition, but not the database. So I would suggest that. That's an interesting question, by the way. It's pretty cool. All right.
I think we have an appreciation. Hold on, we're gonna load it up.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's great. And also, just to a quick, I think, chip in. I really like that you've included the Urdu translation. But thank you as well. Like that means a lot to the community here.
I wish I could learn more. I really do.
You're more than welcome to contact us afterwards as well. Like
Awesome.
we
Yes,
have a lot of things in the pipeline in the future as well. So I think we're gonna be staying in touch as well.
definitely. I'm more than happy
That's great.
to help
Yeah.
Usmed. Like I say, community is my biggest passion. So anything that I can do to help you guys, and I'm here.
Yeah, we actually resonate with the entire community thing as well. It's just an amazing landscape. That the learning opportunities that you can get from it are just boundless.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Right. Anything?
Awesome.
Do you have any more questions? I don't think we have any more questions. So thank you so much, Angel Ramirez, for coming. I don't know how to pronounce which is the first name or the last name. So I guess Ramirez would be the way to
That was
say.
perfect, Ramirez. Yes,
Okay. Okay.
perfect.
Thank you so much for coming, man. It was a weekend as well, and we really appreciate your time.
No
All
worries.
right.
I'm here to help. All
All right.
right.
Thank you so much.
Have a good
So,
one.
okay, just a quick one for anyone wondering how to contact Ramirez. You're more than welcome to reach him out on LinkedIn. Make sure to use the KCD contacts that you attended the event, and he'll be there to support you in any way
Awesome.
possible. All right, great. Thank you for coming, man.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Have a good one as well. Bye. All right, so I believe next up we have, hold on. Next up on our list we have Annie Telvasto. She is a CMO at VSHN. She is a CNCF ambassador as well as an Azure MVP. And she's an amazing tech speaker. And she's going to be giving a presentation on the revolutionizing your career in open source using Kubernetes is what I believe is the topic. So Annie, are you here in the call?
Hi.
Hi,
Hello,
how are
can you
you?
hear me?
Yeah,
I'm
I can hear
doing
you. How are
good.
you?
I'm doing good.
I just did a quick
Um,
intro about you, but I think it's better that you take it from here. Okay?
yeah, of course, happy to start.
Okay, great.
Should we wait until we kick off the session, or are we doing it right now?
We were waiting for you. I believe
Mm,
it's about 6 here in Pakistan, but you can start if you want.
perfect. Okay, well, anything works for
Okay.
me.
All right, great.
But we can do like a intro, of course. So yeah,
Yes.
hi everyone. I'm Annie. Yeah, I'm a CNCF ambassador as well as an Azure MVP and CMO at Vision. Very happy to be talking today about actually extending your Kubernetes with the power of open source. A very, very important topic to begin with. I hope everyone has had a good time so far, and the event has gone well.
Yeah, we've had amazing people come up. We had amazing questions as well, amazing community um, landscapes being discussed, and I think you're an important part of the session as well. And
Yeah,
yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we're good to
perfect.
go.
Yeah, okay. I'll start sharing my screen. Let's click from here. Let's hope that it goes to the right one. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I need to fix my preferences a bit before we start, by the way. But good thing that we are a bit early, so then we can do this. Okay. Um,
Did you start sharing your screen by any chance?
I need to give it some rights because we didn't have the time to
Oh,
test
okay,
it
okay,
before,
great,
I
great.
guess.
Take your
So
time.
I need to just, yeah. I think I need to quit. I will be back soon after I have to like quit the browser. We'll be back soon.
So okay, sure, go ahead, go ahead. We'll be waiting.
Hello, can you hear me now again?
Hey, welcome back.
Yes. Luckily, only a quick interruption, no worries. I'm glad to see that people are commenting as well, by the way, that it has been great, the time in the conference so far. And now you should be able to see, well, not, I think we have to still pull it up to the show, but at least I can see that my screen share is successful now.
Right. So if you present, we have an option to present your presentation as well. So I'll ask
Oh,
the person managing StreamYard. I'll ask him to pull it up.
yeah, it should be available. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Now we are getting up and rolling very well. So let's get started. We have, I guess, about 30 minutes here together about talk to you about extending your Kubernetes with the power of open source. Very important, very fun topic, at least in my opinion. One of my favorite topics. So let's get started. I'll try to keep an eye out for the questions throughout the session that I did, but it does require me to kind of switch screens. So maybe if there's any questions or comments, I'll probably see them the best at the end of it, the stream. But if there's anything weird happening, I trust that the host will let me know or something. Okay, let's start. So extending your Kubernetes with the power of open source. Amazing topic. So I think the number one thing that I like to start my session with is what value do you get by attending this talk? Because I think it's a very valid question. You have chosen now to spend hopefully the full 30 minutes or so with me today talking about Kubernetes and open source. So I will set some expectations as well as like general what we're going to go through and what we're going to learn with this 30 minutes or so. So this session is meant to be a relatively a beginner session. I'm not going to go through what is Kubernetes because this is Kubernetes Community Days, but I'm not going to go through like what is Kubernetes as it is a container orchestration project and so forth. But we're going to be kind of going through different ways that you can have nice add-ons from the open source scene to kind of make your Kubernetes experience smoother, better, secure, or multiple other things that you can kind of improve upon your Kubernetes by extending it essentially with great add-ons. So that's going to be our topic today. And as I said, relatively beginner. So we're going to start with a wide variety of projects. Hopefully there's something that everyone can learn from and everyone can kind of, maybe learn something new and also maybe hear that, well, they are already on the right track if they're using these projects before already. But yeah, let's get diving right into it. So who am I and why am I speaking about these things here today? So I'm Annie Talasto. I'm CMO at Vision. That is what I do for my day job. Vision is a Swiss DevOps as a service or platform engineering as a service company that provides really great services to managing your Kubernetes or OpenShift and so forth, as well as products such, manage Postgres and whatnot in addition to that. But that's it for Vision. I'm also a CNCF ambassador as well as Azure MVP. And now these two essentially mean that I just love talking about cloud native and Kubernetes topics to everyone who will listen or in conferences or whatever. And I know that there's a few CNCF ambassadors who are presenting today in general at this event. So very nice to see them as well. And then I'm also a Kubernetes and CNCF meetup co-organizer, as well as early stage startup coach, as well as I have a podcast that I host, which is cloudgossip.net. And in addition to these, I've been in the KubeCon plus Cloud Native Con program committee multiple times, as well as I've been hosting a weekly CNCF live stream called Cloud Native Live for since 2021, I think already. I don't do every week, luckily anymore, but that's a lot of fun as well. So these are some of the things that I do in general. I'm from Finland originally, and I live in Switzerland nowadays. And if you're looking out to reach me, you can see here at Annie Tavasto. I'm that in most places, from LinkedIn to Twitter or X nowadays, or to Blue Sky and all of these places. So there's a lot of ways that you can ask questions, for example, after the session if you have any wishes to do so. So let's jump right into the topic then, more or less. So agenda, what we have coming up today. You might see this great action figurine thingy here. A bit more about that later. Here's a quick teaser. So we're going to go through this introduction that we're going through already right now. So we're well on our way, which is really amazing. Then we're going to go through some considerations. Okay, like if you're thinking about adding stuff to your Kubernetes or to your platform and platform engineering projects in general, these are some of the things that you should maybe think about before doing that. But it's a relatively quick portion. Then we have why open source. Why have I actually added the how to extend your Kubernetes with open source? Why with open source in particular? And then we're going to go through projects that you can kind of add on to extend these things. So that's going to be the majority of the session, to be honest. And then in the end, we have a wrap up that's going to serve, as a nice couple extra resources, some stuff that you can kind of, learn more on as you continue on your journey on your own. So let's get started. Before we get any further, I think for KCD event, most people have probably heard about the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, which is the foundation that's building sustainable ecosystems for cloud native software, which is home to Kubernetes, for example, as well. So a lot of the projects that I'm talking about will be from the CNCF today. Now, here we have the cloud native landscape, which is a lot to take in, even if you're seeing it for the 100th time or so, and particularly if you're seeing it the first time. So my goal with this session is to pick and choose a couple of different areas from this landscape, mostly some other projects as well, and to show you kind of easier ways to approach these session projects, as well as kind of get that information within like a 30-minute kind of multiple projects in a snapshot type of way. So it's maybe easier to approach than this huge landscape as it is. Then we have, as a reminder, so Cloud Native Foundation projects have 3 different levels, which means that, sandbox is the beginning phase, and then when you become more mature, you go on to incubating and graduated and so forth. And at the graduated level, you are fully, ready for production or deployment and so forth. So it's very robust, a lot of different security measures, for example, taken in the case. So today, since this session is relatively beginner friendly, we're going to go through a lot of the graduated projects. I do have another session where I go through more sandbox projects, more or less, but today we're focusing a bit more on graduated ones. So there's about 20-ish, 25 or so graduated projects. So there's a lot to choose from there nowadays as well. So then getting back to this figurine that I showed before, or icon, or so forth. So you can think about extending Kubernetes in the same way that if you are, a hero in a fantasy story, in a game or whatever, you usually don't do your journey alone, such as, anything in from Lord of the Rings to Harry Potter or any of these. you never kind of journey alone. So you can imagine this hero here in the middle. They probably have a lot of people helping them. So they might have a rogue, they might have a mage, they might have a fighter, a ninja or whatnot, an alchemist, and so forth. So there's a lot of different things that can actually kind of provide you the support that you need to get the most out of your journey and most out of your adventures. And in this way, I think we can kind of think that, okay, if Kubernetes is the hero of the story, which is kind of like the main character, which might be your starting point, but then you can kind of think about, okay, what are the different components that you can really add on to boost your Kubernetes journey and to get the most out of your travels in the land of cloud native or Kubernetes. So, then you might think about service mesh, databases, security, observability policies, package management, CI/CD. So there's a lot of things that you can kind of think about adding on. And it always depends on your exact journey on what are the skill sets or what are the things that you need. So don't go adding everything. Your party doesn't have to be massive to be effective. But it's good to think about these things and consider that, hey, okay, these are some of the things that I could be adding on here as well. But in that lane, considerations I think are very important to keep in mind. And you can see here, we have the nice image here, the very famous, it depends. I think we can all remember. And if anyone asks me, should their specific use case use this project or that or whatnot? Honestly, the answer is usually always it depends, because it depends on your own environment, your setup, your team, your goals, your architecture, all of these things. So you can never kind of go just add it completely as it is, So you have to kind of think about these things and consider, okay, is this the best way that you can use your time and energy and your team effort? So there's a few considerations then you can kind of consider about. And when we're doing this, in the end, I'm going to give you a resource, like a link to a session that you can watch on your own if you are really interested almost in the considerations part, or like what to think about when you're choosing your add-ons. I will link to an hour-long session purely on that. But obviously this is a 30-minute or so presentation with a bunch of projects as well. So we're not going to be hanging too long here. So we have, you should think about the ideal platform. So how does your platform look like that you are using? So for example, if you're building a Kubernetes platform, how should it look like? So usually the things that people might consider are, is it for everybody who needs to use it? Can they use it? What are the standardization, the practices, the tooling, the operations that you need? How to provide observability? Is it flexible so we can fine tune it? But it shouldn't be, too flexible in some way so that not, things can't break or security can't be obscured by that either. You think about policies, you think about self-service APIs and documentation and so forth. So there's a lot to consider when you're thinking about what is the good set of platform for you. And then you obviously have to design the platform zone. So that you have to kind of create the platform team, identify delivery processes and involve teams as well, identify Kubernetes feature sets as well as required by your delivery process, or define an infrastructure blueprint and so forth, as well as what you need to actually do with them, and then define high-level abstractions, environments, and so forth, and implement then everything as you go. And I think this is really important to think about as well, because if it's a fully shared responsibility, it's no one's responsibility, kind of. So it's really important to kind of think about it. And now, I think it's always good to remember to start simple and avoid over-engineering, because to be honest, we can kind of tend to, I think, techie people particularly get overly excited about new projects. And hey, I'm the one who here is talking to you soon about different projects to add on, but you can think about, okay, what do you actually need and what do you need to accomplish your goal? So no need to kind of add on things that aren't good for your ideal platform, for example. And then you can have to design the delivery process and think about it in more detail, and then find the right Kubernetes features and add-ons that work for you in particular. And exactly, I hope this session can, for example, help you with think about, okay, what should you consider? Which are some of the things that you can start with if you're just starting your Kubernetes journey, or if you're towards the end or middle of your Kubernetes journey, then there's a lot of things that you can pick and choose from as well. And it's also obviously good to remember to pick add-ons that play well with each other. So that's really important to consider as well. So not just, oh, this is a great project, but okay, which projects work together really well, and so forth. So that's really important as well. But then getting right to the next topic, so why open source to begin with? Now there's why am I talking about open source project? Why am I talking about open source as a great way to check for new projects, for example? So usually when they talk about open source, people mention things like cost, like it's more cost effective to open source. But now obviously if you need enterprise versions of open source, it might also be, that you need to obviously pay some money for them, but that's also a good thing because you're supporting the projects. But at the same time, you might be able to use the open source projects to do the first versions as well as try it out and so forth. So that can be still a very, very relevant thing. Community is usually a big thing because you can collaborate with community and everyone can kind of, even contribute to the projects themselves. So you can really kind of get ahead in that way. Then we have customizability and flexibility. So, you can really customize your things as well. As like if you need a new feature, you might actually just, start contributing to the project and build it and so forth, which is really nice. And usually open source projects are quite customizable as well. And then we have transparency and security. So these projects are usually very good with these fronts as well as innovation and rapid evolution. And I do think actually, from my side, the community as well as innovation and rapid evolution are actually the major points of why I like talking about open source projects and why I recommend open source projects in particular, because when everyone is working together in a community, we can actually get a lot further, a lot faster, as well as cover more ground, which then helps the innovation and rapid evolution of technology and new products and features, which is never a bad thing in my opinion. Who doesn't love a bit of a good old innovation added to their technology stack and so forth? So that's very nice. But let's then dive to the project that we're going to be talking today. So here we have the Cloud Native Trail Map, which is a resource for our Cloud Native Computing Foundation that has a bunch of these kind of projects that you can look into. So it's a map that you walk on and you can see, okay, which are the parts that you should maybe start considering with, which are the things that you can kind of kick off your Cloud Native journey from. So if we zoom in a bit closer, we can see that it starts from containerization, which is, usually, for example, Docker containers and so forth, and then Kubernetes container orchestration. So you're orchestrating those containers and so forth. So we can add our little hero there. They're already using Kubernetes and Docker there. So then our hero will then start moving to the next part of their trail map. So you can see them joining there. They're going to go to see what is the first project, and it is CI/CD in general, which is Argo then, which is a project that you can help in this front. So Argo in itself, their tagline is get work done with Kubernetes, and it's a set of open source project that focuses on different aspects of Kubernetes automation and workflows. And so there's a few different kind of sides to Argo in general. So there is, for example, Argo Workflows, which is a container native workflow engine, which is for orchestrating parallel jobs on Kubernetes, and Argo Workflows is implemented as a Kubernetes CRD. So you can define workflows where each step in the workflow is a container. You can model multi-step workflows as a sequence of tasks, and you can run compute-intensive jobs for machine learning or data processing, or run CI/CD pipelines natively on Kubernetes without configuring complex software development projects as well. So, and you also have Argo CD, which is a declarative GitOps continuous delivery tool for Kubernetes. And Argo CD is great for application definitions, configuration, and environments that should be declaratively run version control. So application and deployment and lifecycle management should be automated, audible, and easy to understand there as well. And then you have Argo Rollouts, which is a Kubernetes controller and a set of CRDs, which provide advanced deployment capabilities such as blue-green, canary analysis, experimentation, and so forth of progressive delivery features to Kubernetes. And you can obviously use these. Just using these would also be just considered best practice. So it's really useful to start actually using these as well. And then last but not the least, we have Argo Events, which is an event-based dependency manager for Kubernetes, which then helps you define multiple dependencies from a variety of event sources like webhook, S3, schedule streams, and so forth. And it helps you manage dependencies from all of these sources, for example. Now, a lot of people might ask, okay, which one should you use, Argo or Flux or so forth? There's a lot of different projects around this space. And, there's never an easy answer there. It always, as I said before, it depends. But, Argo CD might nowadays have a bit of a broader focus with the different kind of sides to it, and Flux is more oriented towards automating Kubernetes deployments and so forth. So again, it depends on your goals, your ideal setup, and what you want to achieve with your projects and products as well. And across the board, generally all of these projects, like we can think about that you should use them if you have complex workflows and you need really like Kubernetes native tooling and so forth. So these are some of the things. If you have really simple setup, you might not have to add too many add-ons, but that's where I also said in the consideration, think about what you actually need for your setup particularly. And then we're moving back to the cloud native trail map, and we're going to be continuing our travel there. So we're going to move to Helm. As you can see, we have selected Helm from this portion to go cover through, which is package manager for Kubernetes. So it is a graduated project within CNCF, so it's very relatively quite old, oldie but a goodie, I think. It is really great, and it's used by a lot of people for sure. And I know that likely a lot of the people listening into this talk as well have heard about Helm and hopefully are using it as well and so forth. So for the ones who don't know about Helm that much, so package management is tooling that enables someone who has knowledge of an application and platform to package up an application so that someone else who has neither extensive knowledge of the application or the way that it needs to run, so that they can actually use it then. So this is really why package management is great, and this is why Helm is great as well. So Helm itself helps you manage complexity. So charts describe even the most complex apps, provide repeatable application installation, and serve as a single point of authority. It has easy updates, so you can take the pain out of updates with in-place upgrades and custom hooks. It has simple sharing, so charts are easy to version, share, and host on public or private servers. And you can use rollbacks as well, so you can use Helm to roll back to an older version of a release with ease. Which is really nice as well. And then you use Helm by using charts, and the prerequisites are essentially just the Kubernetes cluster, deciding what security configurations you want, and then installing and configuring Helm. So really easy. Most people who use Kubernetes quite often use Helm as well, so it's a bit of a no-brainer sometimes. But then perfect, let's move back to our cloud native trail map and continue our journey along the road there. So we'll go there, and then we see, oh, we landed on Prometheus this time. So Prometheus is a great project, an oldie but a goodie as well in that sense, that helps you power your metrics and alerting with the leading open source monitoring solution. Now, I know that today with this KCD, there's also a Prometheus specific talk, likely from the founder of Prometheus. I'm not going to be going too deep into Prometheus, but it is a great project to think about using as well if you're starting your Kubernetes journey. So it's a monitoring and alerting toolkit, and it collects and stores time series data from various sources, allowing you to monitor the performance, availability, and health of your applications as well. So it has really powerful monitoring and alerting, scalability as well as high performance, and it has flexible data model and instrumentation and rich ecosystems and integrations as well, and a really open source minded and active community. So there's a lot to take on there, and it is very much a great project to use as well, and it's a graduated project within CNCF as well. And as I said, really great talk probably from the Prometheus founder in today's event as well. So we are back to our cloud native trail map. There we were at the observability and analysis portion, and as you can see, there's multiple projects within these spheres, so you don't have to just choose the project that I said, and you can kind of explore the other ones in the cloud native trail map after the session as well. So then we're going to move on to service proxy discovery and mesh, and soon we'll see where we land there. And there we go. We are landing on Linkerd, which is a great service mesh. So it helps you power your metrics and alerting as well there. So Linkerd is a bit similar to Istio. If you heard about another service mesh, and it is a graduated project. So Linkerd it has a really thriving open source community. And the main difference is to maybe some of the other service meshes. It has a simple minimalist design, so it's really easy to approach and really easy to manage as well. It has deep runtime diagnostics as well. So you get comprehensive suite of diagnostic tools, including automatic service dependency max and live traffic samples. And as I said, it's simple. It means that it has no complex APIs or configuration, so it just kind of works out of the box. So it's really built really ultra light and ultra fast. So it's built in Rust. So its data plane proxies are incredibly small and blazing fast as well. And it installs in seconds with zero configuration, and it has actionable service metrics as well. So there's a lot to learn from the metrics there. So call the metrics, for example, success rate, request volume, and latency, and so forth. But yes, that's the Tion Linkerd. And then we can see that, okay, we're moving to networking, policy, and security next. And then we're going to see where do we land there. And we ended up in Falco this time. You can kind of see that, you know, you can take bets even in your mind of where are we going to end up in the trail map. So Falco is on the security spectrum, as said there, of CNCF project. So it's a cloud native runtime security project, and it's the de facto Kubernetes threat detection engine. So Falco uses system calls to secure and monitor a system by parsing the Linux system calls from the kernel at runtime, asserting the stream against a powerful rules engine, and alerting when the rule is then violated. So it helps with a lot of things. So it has it checks for example, privilege escalation and using privilege containers, namespace changes like using as well as ownership and mode changes, as well as executing shell binaries or SSH binaries or mutating login binaries and whatnot. So there's a lot that you can use there Falco for as well. So hopping on along with our trail map here, so we can see that we are now expanding a bit to the underneath because the map continues and we need to keep zooming in. So now we can see. Now everyone can think, oh, where are we going to end up next? Oh, we're going to be talking about Vitess next. So we have the scalable, reliable, and MySQL compatible cloud native database. So it is a database clustering system designed to provide horizontal scalability and manage large-scale MySQL workloads. So it provides high availability, efficient sharding, and scaling without sacrificing the familiar SQL interface of MySQL as well. So it has all of these great parts, and it is really good. And as I said, it's a graduated project as well. So it is quite mature and really loved and used as well. And it has high availability and failover as well. So it supports features like master slave replication, automatic failover, and replica promotion, and so forth. And it has cloud native and dynamic environment. So it's really made for these kind of situations. And particularly in Vitess's cases with a lot of the projects here today. So if you have high scalability and performance requirements, as well as with all of Kubernetes, then these projects really add on here. But as I said before, it is kind of, if you need something for MySQL, for example, this is a really good solution. If you don't need that, then, you can consider other solutions and so forth. And you can, use it for if you have complex schema evolution and so forth, or transitioning from a monolithic to microservices architecture, for example. And then back to our trail map. We're going to continue our road and we're going to walk on a bit more and we're going to go up. Oh, and we did a little loop there just to kind of change up the thing. And then we're going to talk about gRPC, so high performance open source universal RPC framework. And it facilitates the communication between applications in a distributed system. And it allows applications to make efficient and high performance remote procedure calls to other services as well. It has efficient communication. It's language agnostic API. So using protocol buffers for service contracts allows for strong typing and versioning of APIs across multiple programming languages, ensuring consistency and compatibility. It's a tongue twister, clearly, and bidirectional streaming. So it supports bidirectional streaming, enabling real-time communication with interaction between services, making it suitable for interactive and dynamic applications as well. So there's a lot of good things about it. And as you can see from the trail map, gRPC is a graduated project as well, so very known as well. So then, in order to get through all of these ones, we are going to have to speed up maybe a bit, but that's all right. So we're going to move on to container registry and runtime, and we're going to talk about containerd a bit. So it's an open source container runtime that provides core functionalities for running containers in a containerization platform. So it focuses on essential container operations such as image management, container execution, as well as container lifecycle management. It's really lightweight and focused, so it's designed to be lightweight and modular container runtime. It has interoperability and standardization, so its standard interfaces and APIs enable seamless integration with tools like Kubernetes and allowing for consistent container management across different environments. And then it has really good customization and extensibility. So it provides a solid foundation for building custom container solutions, as well as to extend and customize Containerd functionality based on specific use cases from there as well. And then back to the map, we're soon going to be at the end of the map, but we have a few extra projects to talk through there after the map as well, so don't worry. And then we have software distribution up, and we land on the update framework. So the framework for securing software update system. So it's a set of best practices and tools for securely distributing and updating software across various platforms. So it employs cryptographic signatures and metadata to verify the authenticity of the updates as well. So it helps with software supply chain security. So it enhances these things and helps with protecting against various attacks. For example, man-in-the-middle attacks, tampering, supply chain compromises, ensures that only trusted updates are installed on user system. It also has multi-layered security. So, so there's multi-layered approach there, utilizing a lot of different things such as signing, role-based access control, and metadata verification, as well as flexibility and compatibility as there as well. So it's flexible and compatible with various software ecosystems and update systems, as you can see, a lot of these projects are in the Kubernetes and CNCF ecosystem in general. So if we then go here, we can see, we would be at the end of the trail map, but we do have a few things to still hop onto. Don't worry, so we can extend the journey a bit with a bit of drawing on my side. Hopefully a good enough drawing for everyone. You can at least see the idea here. So we add some grass as well, and then we add a few more extra projects. And then we're going to hop on to KDA, which is Kubernetes event-driven auto-scaling, which is, essentially goes to the fact that default Kubernetes scaling is not really well suited for event-driven applications. So Kubernetes is more for resource-based scaling, so CPU and memory. So KDA then is event-driven scale controlling. It can run inside any Kubernetes cluster. So it can essentially monitor the rate of events to preemptively act before CPU is affected. And it has extensible and pluggable scalers to grab metrics from multiple sources. And for KDA, we have a really quick demo that we're going to run through. So we can hop on over to that side of things. There we see, I check the comments quickly, and then we go here. Oh, we actually have our little Chrome browser has closed, but don't worry, we're gonna add it here again, and let's make it a bit smaller so that we can actually see through the other stuff as well. There we go. So then we're going to get our demo all ready and done. So you can imagine this demo is essentially a web shop that gets a rush of orders in one go. And to get there, we need some visibility. So we're going to use kubectl get services here to get the external IP so that we can use that Chrome browser that I just added there. And we're going to add this here to see the order portal where all of the rush of orders for our little web shop are going to come in, where we do obviously need to do some auto scaling them. And then we're going to do kubectl get bots there to actually see, okay, what are the statuses of all of these projects and what is happening on that front. And then we're going to do, this is actually the wrong one. Let's actually get rid of that. But in here, we're actually going to do a really quickly to get some visibility into what is the I think how many order persistence are already there, because I think I skipped a bit of a portion in my demo script there. So then let's do this one. So we're gonna see how many is. So here we see the status, and here we see how many of them are ready. And then we're gonna do that command in here because I did the wrong one there. But don't worry, it's all in the fingers. A bit of a clumsy day today, but that's okay. So we're going to do .NET Run project here so that we can get here. So in here, it's going to ask, let's queue some orders. How many do you want? So we're going to say, let's say 142, because that is always a fun number, 42. And we're going to queue the orders. And now if you are watching this, hold on to your hats because the action is going to be quite fast. So we are queuing orders. We're seeing a chicken, a bike, car, chips, table, hat, keyboard, salad, shoes, shirt. So many things are happening at the same time. And now we can see that the order queue in the order portal is skyrocketing up. So we can see that it is going up very fast, and then Kata should be kicking in soon with the auto scaling to manage that rush of orders that's coming in. And if it works, there we go. Perfect. No demo effect this time. So we see that we have 101 of order processors at least ready, and orders are still coming in. Bacon, cheese, soap, hat, chips, so much more. And then we should be getting more of the order processors working, if we hope so. Yes, there we are starting. We are 1 out of 4, 4 out of 4. Now it's really starting to create them. It's pending, container creating, and so forth. So we are moving nicely forward in our creation of our order processors there. And we are at quarter 4. As you can see, it has peaked there just under 150, and then it's going to start going down. But we are at 8 out of 8 order processors right now, and usually Vima might go to 10 out of 10. So it likely will continue auto scaling a bit more. But let's see. Yes, we're at 8 out of 10, so we're making a bit higher. We are really needing that demand. We're getting through all of those orders that are coming in, and we are managing that. And now you can see that we're starting to have handled the orders. And as you can see, that's it. See you later. So we have received all the orders that we were getting in this one rush. So we are at 10 out of 10 right now, and so forth. And we're just running and no longer creating new order processors. And now, obviously, a really big important part of auto scaling is scaling down as well. So now after this, Kata will soon start auto scaling things down as well, but it's going to take a few minutes. So we're not going to sit here and wait for that. We're going to continue with our slide deck a bit further. So we have a few extra projects that are really quick to go through here still with us. So then we have Kata, so Kubernetes backup operator is the next up. So it's a sandbox project, and it's a really fun one. It is majorly contributed by Vision, where I work, so that's really fun. It provides some really good features, so simplified backup processing, application-aware backups as well, and scheduled backup pruning and so forth. So it's a bit similar to if you know Valero, for example, so there's a lot of good sides there as well. So if you're looking for a sandbox backup solution, Kata is great. And then we have a few extra projects as well. So a very trendy topic right now, machine learning. So if you're looking for machine learning toolkit for Kubernetes, Kubeflow is the way to go. It's an incubating project, if I recall correctly, within CNCF. So Kubeflow provides end-to-end ML workflow, scalability and resource management, and reproducibility and collaboration. So there's a lot of good sides to it. And really, if you're looking to do machine learning with Kubernetes and MLOps and whatnot, Kubeflow is a great place to kick off from there. Then continuing on this little self-made trial map here. So we're going to move on to the last two, which are kind of like a 2-for-1, which is essentially different tools that you can use to manage Kubernetes. So you have K9s as well as Lens. So K9s is a command line interface, so CLI tool designed to provide an interactive and efficient way to manage Kubernetes clusters. So the benefits there are that it's efficient cluster management, it has interactive troubleshooting and user-friendly interfaces. And then you have, so when to use it if you like a terminal-centric workflow and you like quick troubleshooting and remote management tooling. And then if you like a graphical interface, then Lens is a great option. So it's a modern open source Kubernetes IDE that provides graphical and interactive interface for managing Kubernetes clusters and so forth. So with Lens, you get visual cluster management, multi-cluster management, as well as real-time metrics and insight and so forth. So few differences there, but both really great tools to use with your Kubernetes. And here we are at the end of our trail map, and we are ending here in the end. And I think for a reason, the trail continues. So you do have to carve your own path. You have to kind of figure out what matters to you, what are the key parts for you, and what you want to get out of Kubernetes and Cloud Native and CNCF for you. And then going through wrap up. So we have Argo. We went through a lot of projects today. In addition to the beginning introduction and everything, we went to Argo, Helm, Prometheus, Linkerd, Falcon, Vitess, Containerd, Kata, Kubeflow, and Lens, and K9s. So a lot to go through. Can't even say them in one breath pretty much, but that's all good. Hopefully everyone learned something new. And then as I learn more, I will always add my links and slides to GitHub, so you can check them out from there as well. Older version from I think last week of this talk is already there, but I'll add today's version as well later today. You can always check out the CNCF landscape or the trail map and these links. And then the session that I talked about, that's an hour just into the considerations that I talked about in the beginning. You can search it on YouTube, Kubernetes in 2023. It's by Brendan Burns and one of the Flux maintainers. So the link is there as well if you want to go directly to that to learn more about the considerations to think about these things. And here are all the links to the projects as well, which is obviously very important to check them out as well as support them and so forth. But I think that's all from my side. I think there's going to be a quick Q&A in the end. But in general, thank you so much for listening so far. And I do like this little image here. So what gives people a feeling of power is running your own Kubernetes clusters. I hope everyone can enjoy their Kubernetes journey as well. Perfect. There we go.
All right. Thank you so much, Annie. First of all, I really appreciate the way you did the presentation with the entire map thing, the fantasy theme genre that you had going on, and especially the unfinished DLC map pack that you installed in real time as well. It was amazing.
Perfect. Happy to hear that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And, other than that, we checked backlogs as well. I don't think we have any questions at the moment, but if you have any like things that you want to plug in as well, tell the people about the community, about CNCF, that would be great.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of good things.
Actually,
Is there a
we just
question?
popped up. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you provide insights into the challenges and best practices for running stateful workloads in Kubernetes open source databases like CrowdStrike and Replis? Well, that's probably a bit of a big question, to be honest. But I think there's probably a lot of different challenges and best practices for all of these along the way. And in general, I think the best search for these particular projects as well is to go talk with the maintainers as well. Particularly, I think that's really great about open source projects is that the maintainers are super helpful and they can really help you assess, for example, how it depends, like what are your goals and how should you the best practices that you're having, because the best practices really depend on what are your goals. Are you trying to just, optimize for performance? Are you optimizing for, cost? Are you optimizing for example, environmental sustainability? So there's a lot of things that you can consider while thinking about these things for sure. Yeah.
Right. So thank you for that. And back to the CNCF community question.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of good ones, I think. From my side, I'll be speaking at a lot of different conferences. Always happy to see people there as well, or such as here we are talking right now. Cloud Native Live, which is a weekly CNCF live stream, goes on, I think, actually nowadays even on Wednesdays and Tuesdays, which is always a lot of fun. So you can tune in there. If you're interested in becoming a CNCF ambassador, there's a round of applications that are going on right now. Always should be thinking about these things as well. And I do also, so I'm a local organizer for my CNCF meetups in Finland, for example, as well as in Switzerland. So I highly recommend you to check out the local events, or as you are here, probably in the Kubernetes community days here as well. So you're doing that, but like attending the meetups, meeting the local folks, getting help from them, as well as, talking peer to peer. I think that's always super nice and the best place to learn sometimes, in my opinion.
Great. And for the people at home, what would be the best way to reach out to you if they ever have any questions or concerns?
Yeah, well, I am. You can find me on LinkedIn, or you can find me on, I guess, X, or I just got to Blue Sky, which is exciting as well. But like a lot of these places, and I think LinkedIn is an easy place as well. You can send a question in there as well, nicely. Yeah.
All right, great. Okay, so one last question. You kind of got the anime community in Pakistan riled up because we wanted your input on this as well. Like,
Yeah.
what are your big contenders? Like, what are your top 4? We want to know.
For anime, or which one was it?
Anime.
Yeah. Oh, my favorite ones, top 4 animes in general. That is a hard question, though. It's even harder than tech questions. But I have to say that for anime, I do like, honestly, anything by Makoto Shinkai, I think it is. From Your Name or whatnot is always great, like really good stuff as
great
well.
studio, yeah.
Yeah. And that's good. And then also, to be honest, well, Bleach. It's really great as well. I don't know. I really like it. But it is one of my all-time favorites. And Death Note is very great, obviously on its own. And I do have to say that anytime I revisit One Piece, I always enjoy it very greatly. But I can't read it on a weekly basis anymore because there's so much happening. But I usually read it like,
Are you
yeah,
keeping
exactly.
up with I think Gear 5 Luffy is out now. I'm not sure.
No, I usually
Because
read
I've
it
been
like,
keeping up.
yeah, I read it like once a year. I always have marked like what's the last episode, like what chapter I let rest or whatnot, or episode. And then I just like once a year essentially just like watch all the new stuff in one go. And I'm very pumped up and very excited for
Yeah.
things. But then I think that actually works really great for me. It's like then I have like a One Piece week or so. I think I usually, well, or maybe even a day. When I get excited, I get too bit too excited and I just run through things.
All right, great. Do we have any more questions? I don't think we have any, but thank you so much for coming. Thank you for taking out time, and I want to thank your internet as well that it didn't bum around in between sessions as well.
That's
So
always
yeah,
good. Always nice to see.
that's always good. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much for
Thank
coming.
you.
And
Thank you so much.
just again for the people, you can reach out to Annie on LinkedIn if you have any questions or concerns regarding the Kubernetes communities or CNCF. All right.
Perfect. Sounds good.
All right.
Looking
Perfect.
forward to
Thank you.
comments or questions.
All right. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we are gonna quickly spin the wheel for 3 more times. Let me just grab the new names because few master. Mm-mm. Okay, so we have one more winner for the LinkedIn Premium voucher is Ahmed Furqan Hassan. We're gonna spin for 2 more times. Okay, we have Sipka Zishan, and the last one is Zulkarnain Haider.
All right. Okay. So sorry about the lighting, guys. We only have one bulb that is working right now. I can't use the other lights as well because it's gonna blow out the entire ISO. Anyways, moving on. We now have next up we have coming from Greater Minneapolis, Jeffrey Sika. He is a developer experience and programs at CNCF, and he is going to be delivering a session on cloud native ecosystem. Hi, Jeffrey. How are you?
Good, you?
I'm doing great. It's nice to have you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right.
All right, let's see if we can present. Share screen. How's that look?
Oh, did you start presenting? Because once you start presenting, we have a StreamYard manager. Oh, there you go. Great.
Excellent.
Okay. You can take it from here. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Sika, but around kind of the CNCF ecosystem, a lot of people know me as Jiffy. I work at the CNCF. I am head of projects all that really means is I tend to work with projects, make sure that the CNCF is doing everything we can to help them and everything we can to kind of promote just a healthy ecosystem of projects and collaboration. In a previous life, though, I still kind of do it on the side. I was a Kubernetes contributor, so that's kind of how I got started in this entire ecosystem. I kind of like level setting. I like making sure everyone is on the same page. So I wanted to do just a brief introduction about the CNCF, what we do, why we do it, a little bit of history, and then I wanted to talk about potentially ways you can start contributing into the ecosystem. So, CNCF, we are a nonprofit. We are under the Linux Foundation umbrella. The Linux Foundation has a lot of different sub-foundations, think CDF, OpenSSF, Automotive Linux, et cetera, et cetera. The CNCF was founded in December 2015 and was meant to be a vendor-neutral home for originally Kubernetes, but the intent was multiple other projects. And as you can see, we've grown. We have over 172 projects. I only listed the graduated projects here because there's a lot of projects. Like I mentioned, the Linux Foundation is a lot more than just Linux these days. We have security with the OpenSSF. There are entire projects just focused on not cloud native networking, but networking in general that falls under LFN, LF networking. Of course, there's the CNCF, and then there is a sub-foundation called Hyperledger that is focusing on blockchain and doing things like smart contracts. We are always looking for new projects that need vendor neutral homes, and so that's kind of why we tend to expand. Some might not know this, but the CNCF is comprised of what we call like 3 main pillars. There's the governing board, and these are mainly vendors. They are companies that support us. They support KubeCon. There's also members of the TOC on the governing board, but the governing board tends to be the folks that deal with administrative and kind of direction and guidance of the CNCF, but not for projects. That's where the TOC, or the Technical Oversight Committee, comes in. They kind of are the heart and soul of the CNCF. The TOC is the governing body that will look at new projects that want to apply, and then they are the ones that decide whether the project should become a CNCF project or whether they might need to reapply in 6 months because they just aren't there yet, or if the project doesn't have anything to do with the CNCF as they see it. Finally, we have end users. These are companies like Apple, Spotify. They don't necessarily provide vendor solutions for cloud native systems, but they are definitely large consumers of them, and they're the ones that drive things like adoption or potentially identify gaps in our ecosystem, and then they might have projects that fill them. These are really the 3 main things that make up the foundation, not projects, but the foundation that supports projects. So I said multiple times vendor neutral home. What does that mean? Well, when you have projects, Kubernetes is the great prime example that came out of a single vendor, but these are projects that could benefit multiple vendors, multiple companies, multiple people. There needs to be some place where it is housed that does not can be a neutral place, kind of like you don't want a single project owned by a company and have, say, Google owns Kubernetes and then Red Hat's contributing to it, but Google ultimately can control the direction of it. That is not a good way to promote an open ecosystem. So that's the entire point when I say vendor neutral. We need to be a vendor neutral area. We just need to make sure that everyone's voices are heard and we can ensure that open collaboration is kind of the key thing here. As I said, projects at the CNCF have to go through approval by the governing body known as the TOC, or the Technical Oversight Committee. With projects, we tend to have different teams within the foundation to help support them. So we have our own marketing team. We tend to provide as much support as we can to these projects in terms of cloud credits, resources, connections to companies that might have a solution that the project needs, such as like SSO. The biggest thing that we really try to do is support projects in any way we can. Sometimes that looks like events at KubeCon to try and grow a project. Sometimes that means, like I said, connecting a project to one or more people within a company that might be able to help them solve a problem. But ultimately, it's kind of what can we do to help you as a project? So a lot of people they've seen the landscape and it tends to be a joke. This landscape screenshot was taken in 2017, and this has more than just CNCF projects. This captures all of the projects that are in the ecosystem, CNCF or not, because we wanted some central place in order to show there's a lot more in this space than just the CNCF's projects. So again, July 2017, July 2023. It is very difficult to manage this landscape, even though we try. I would also say with the CNCF landscape, there are ways to filter and kind of query it. Once you get the hang of it, it makes it a lot easier to digest, but it does kind of just surprise you and overwhelm you when you first look at it. So I want to talk about CNCF tags. There are a lot of acronyms and three-letter groups here, unfortunately. The TOC realized fairly early on that there is way too much work for a single standards or governing body to work on and manage. So they sought to develop individual groups that specialize in a very specific area. And the idea here is projects tend to fall under one of these areas. Some fall under multiple, but ultimately you have a single group that can be kind of a multi-project meta group where you have, people from Kubernetes, you have people from Prometheus, all contributing to this advisory group to help other projects. This was meant to foster more collaboration. This is also meant to take a little bit of work off of the TOC in terms of doing due diligence and research on certain projects. You can't expect the TOC to be experts in every one of these different areas, so it's best to delegate so we get a much higher quality of review. So these are, like I said, kind of meta groups that focus on large areas of projects, and they meet all the time. They are an excellent way to start your cloud native journey. If nothing else, when they do meet, you can hop on and kind of lurk and just listen to some of the problems that multiple projects may be having. Another way that the CNCF tends to foster growth in the ecosystem is online training. I'm sure many have heard of the CKA and CKAD, but we also have plenty of training, not just certification, and a lot of it can be free. So I just wanted to highlight that there is the training section on the CNCF website. So we do lots and lots of events, and 2024 is going to be even more events. That will be a fun announcement. But the next 3 upcoming ones, KubeCon China, which is in 3 weeks. So that one might be a bit too close really to advertise, but the next 2 large events that we have are KubeCon Cloud Native Con North America. That'll be in Chicago in the beginning of November. And then we have KubeCon Cloud Native Con Europe next year in mid-March. And that's going to be in Paris. And those are going to be a lot of fun. So that's kind of CNCF, very, very brief overview in a nutshell. But now I would like to actually talk about ways and kind of entry points to contribute to our projects. Something that we have heard often is it's difficult to not only navigate the landscape, but also to pick and choose where should I start contributing, or when someone looks at a project that they want to contribute to, there's a lot of different patterns that they might not understand, they might be new. So a bunch of us got together and kind of identified a few things that we think might help you on your way. These are core principles that just everyone should follow, but you will see that these tend to be more of a set of commandments when it comes to contributing within the CNCF ecosystem. Defer to open. What does that mean? DMing, when you're in Slack, if you have a question or if you have a comment, it is often best to do it in a public channel and not within a DM. The reason for that is it is better to promote and foster conversations, and those are best done in the open. It's another reason why a lot of our projects tend to have, actually not tend to, all of our projects have public meetings, and those meetings get recorded and wind up on YouTube. So we want that for public record. We want to be able to make sure everyone has their voice heard, and we want to make sure that we are getting the best, area for collaboration as possible. Second up, it's a marathon, not a sprint. When it comes to, say, a maintainer working on a project, they are not going to be quickly hacking out a feature and then, hey, look, I am a contributor. Most maintainers set aside an hour a day and work on the project for an hour a day every single day. Burnout is a very, very real thing. I have multiple friends that have been dealing with burnout, and it is tragic to see them. So the mantra of, just know what you can focus on, know what you can work on, do that, but don't do it in a not sustainable pace. Make sure that you understand, we want to be in this for the long haul, not just knock out a single feature and then, you don't show up again. Lastly, always assume positive intent. There have been instances where, well-known members in the community might have said something that was put someone else off, and it's just because maybe they were having a bad day, maybe they happened to not realize that something they said rubbed someone else the wrong way, and the next day they might be perfectly fine. Another thing is if someone from company A is proposing a feature, some people might, instantly think, oh, that's because, this company is looking to just put this feature in for their own needs. Or it could be that, the person has heard from different users that this is a very valuable feature. It's all about framing things. When you assume positive intent across the board, it is just healthier, and mentally it's more refreshing. It's not, it's just a better way to live. And so again, assume positive intent across the board, and you'll make it a lot further within our community and, in life. Going back to assuming positive intent, everywhere, every CNCF project, and in places like KubeCon and all of our meetings, we have what's called the Code of Conduct. That is just a set of standard rules and practices and ways to ensure that everyone is welcome, everyone is comfortable, everyone feels safe. It is quite an extensive document, but it does boil down to just be excellent to each other and make sure that you are being welcoming to all community members. Like I said earlier, many projects have regular online meetings. Every single time someone has asked, how can I start contributing? I point to these meetings. First, I'll say, what do you specialize in? What are you most comfortable with? Do you know Golang? Do you like networking? Okay, then, go hit, potentially one of these 3 projects. And, you can hop onto GitHub and potentially find a good first issue, but it's best to show up to these meetings and just listen to what they're working on, listen to what their main efforts have been for the last few weeks. And another thing that I cannot emphasize enough is lurking in these meetings is fine. When you first join, most of the people running these meetings have time set aside in the very beginning to let new people introduce themselves in the meeting. They'll usually go, hey, I see some new faces in the meeting. Feel free to come off mute and introduce yourselves. But if you don't, that's fine. Some people will just stay muted. Some people will hop on and, say, hi, I am so-and-so. And some people will just, respond within Zoom chat because most of these are on Zoom. All of those are fine. You can just sit there and take in, absorb, learn from these meetings, and then gain your own comfort level just by, showing up. But that is usually the best way to find out what you might want to work on. All of our projects fall under a CLA or a DCO. All that means is, and this goes back to vendor neutrality, we want to make sure that everyone understands and all of the, legal issues are taken care of. When you are contributing to one of the projects, the code that you are contributing is open and it is going towards either a CLA code license agreement or DCO, which is Developer Certificate of Origin. That just verifies that you are who you say you are and you know that you were contributing to this project. So there's no problems. We need to make sure that all of the IP or intellectual property is owned and maintained properly under the vendor neutral umbrella. So that's what those are. So EasyCLA is a project that was run by the Linux Foundation, and that's just a code license agreement system that lets large companies and small companies understand and manage who has signed it under the umbrella of their employer. DCO is a much more lightweight way to ensure, my name is Jeffrey Sika, and this is the code that I have contributed. A lot of projects are within the CNCF tend to be small. And those smaller projects are usually easier to contribute to because a lot of the larger projects have things called enhancement proposals. These are projects that have graduated, they have very large code bases, and they're relied upon across the globe. So in order to prevent unstable code or a not well thought out feature getting shipped within a release, they have started doing things called enhancement proposals. All that means is it is a markdown document or a GitHub issue. It's funny when my headset's on and I don't have any audio coming through it, it automatically shuts off. Cool. So enhancement proposals are markdown issues or GitHub issues that explain in detail what feature they're trying to ship. So a good example would be in Kubernetes, they were trying to ship dual stack networking support, IPv4 and IPv6. The enhancement proposal outlined what they were trying to ship, why they were trying to ship it, how they were going to implement it, how they were going to test it. If any of the tests failed, how they would back off, how it was going to graduate from an alpha feature to a beta feature to a graduated feature. These are very, very detailed and in-depth documents because we need to make sure that everything is thought out and everything is considered. So that's also another reason why if you're looking to start contributing and you're not necessarily comfortable with large code bases and a lot of process, the smaller projects like in the sandbox or even incubating projects might be a good home to start with. All of our projects, we require to have some form of clearly defined governance, but what we don't want to do is micromanage or force projects into a certain sort of governance. So a small project might apply to be in the sandbox, and they might not have any clearly defined way to promote or remove maintainers. So as part of a project's onboarding process, we might require, hey, can you just show a way where you will, by vote, remove or add people. And that goes all the way to, again, using Kubernetes as an example, they have elections for their steering committee. And it is a constant process every year where they will have all of the Kubernetes community members come together and vote on who the open 3 seats should be. It's better to be explicit so there's no surprises, so nobody could potentially feel like they've been left out. It's always better to be explicit and overshare rather than to assume someone is going to, potentially read your mind. So where can you start? The CNCF recently released a project called clotributor.dev, and that is kind of an aggregate site that will look across all CNCF project GitHubs, find good first issues, tag them with certain things, whether it thinks it's, Rust or Golang, or whether it thinks it's networking. And then it will let you search, filter on those, and find issues that you might be most comfortable working on. It is fairly awesome. We have heard lots of good feedback from it, and this is the place that we're kind of pointing folks whenever they have these questions. So with that, thank you for listening to me ramble about the ecosystem and contributing to all of our projects. It was kind of a broad overview. That's also because most of our projects tend to have very specific patterns for contributing and engaging, but the fun thing is all of the projects follow these certain patterns, and it pretty much gives you the tools and knowledge you need to go and at least start learning from the community and engaging with them. Other than that, if you have any questions, please pop them in chat. I am happy to answer. I'm also happy to just ramble for another few minutes. I should probably click the join chat button.
Hey, hi Jeffrey. Thank you for the amazing session.
Yeah, no problem.
We're gonna check the backlogs to see if you have any questions. Until then, I do have a personal question.
Sure.
During the start of the session, you mentioned Hyperledger, right? It's a project that you may or may not have overseen.
Yep.
Is that right? So what I wanted to ask was, for making smart contracts, do people still use like legacy languages like Java, JavaScript, or like C++, or have you moved on to like newer Solidity or Viper or YOL?
Uh, it's kind of a boring answer. It's yes. We see use across all languages. It really depends on, at least from what I've seen, the languages that companies or places have already been using. They still tend to defer to those rather than try and force a new language upon companies. There are a few that have kind of migrated to the newer languages, but it's kind of broad across the board. I don't think we will see. I don't think we'll see many places migrating away from their existing languages for a few years.
Mm-hmm.
It is still early days, even if we have seen, even if it's like Twitter famous, all of this.
X.
Yeah, X. Sorry.
X. So yeah, I mean, don't apologize to me. It's not my concern. It's
Uh,
more like yeah.
Ooh, I did see one. How can we join the CNCF Slack channel? I will put a link in the chat, and that should point you to the Slack inviter on CNCF, and then you can join from there. There are quite a lot of channels, so try not to be overwhelmed. I would first look at the different CNCF projects and find the ones that might interest you the most, then figure out which channels to join. It's a lot better rather than just trying to join like 30 million Slack channels. There is also, and I want to make sure that I have the right URL for it. Yep, cool. So there is also Kates.io. Those are the two main Slack workspaces. They are different, but we let our projects join either the CNCF Slack or the Kubernetes Slack. Projects that rely on Kubernetes usually are in the Kubernetes Slack, whereas there are other projects that tend to stay just under the CNCF Slack.
Right, great. Okay, and for the people at home, what would be the best way to reach out to you if they ever have any questions regarding CNCF or just the community in general?
Sure. On X, I am at Gphy. I'm pretty much Gphy everywhere. And then I will drop my LF email in the chat. Please feel free to reach out. Oh, I'm also Gphy in all of those Slacks. But yeah, feel free to reach
Right.
out. I'll answer any questions that may pop up. I will say it's probably not best to DM me asking how to contribute. That was kind of what this talk
That's
was
redundant.
about. I would
Yeah.
highly suggest looking at clotributor.dev. I'll also make sure that these slides get out so everyone can kind of look at them ahead of time or look at them afterwards.
Yeah,
But
great.
if you have like specific questions about projects, specific questions about KubeCon, I am always happy to answer those.
Wonderful. And just one last question. What's the story behind Gphy?
Oh, it's weird. At this point, oh my God, 20 years ago. So
Whoa.
my real name's Jeffrey or Jeff, and someone misspelt my name once. So it went from Jeff to Jeef, and then it went from Jeef to Jeefy, and then that's
It kind of stuck.
and it's stuck for 20 years. I don't know
20 years.
why.
That's a lot of time. That's
I
amazing.
will also share the slides in the chat quick. I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
sure.
that they are pretty much the link works. Share.
Did you send it in?
Boom. There we go.
Did we get the link?
Yep, linked it
Okay,
there.
great. All right, thank you so much. So
No problem.
if you have anything, like any closing notes that you have, we would be happy to have them.
It is a very it's difficult to get into the ecosystem and feel comfortable, right? And that's just because 172 projects, everyone is trying to get onto what they think is the next Kubernetes. And I think that's the wrong mindset. If you are passionate about, I always go back to networking because that tends to be a broad topic, but if you're passionate about networking, well, there's like 15, 20 projects within the foundation that focus just on networking. And it's going to line you up for success and also help the projects that are aligned with what you're interested in if you try to play to your strengths. If you are, just learning Golang, you probably don't want to try contributing to Kubernetes. That is going to be that's not going to go well for you or for the project itself. A friend of mine actually made a really good analogy, though it's a band analogy. If you're learning guitar, you don't immediately want to go play with Metallica, right? You
Yeah,
want
right.
to
Yeah,
start
I
playing
relate
with
to that.
you want to start playing with like indie bands. You want to get your confidence in. So
Yeah.
don't
I li-
think that you need to go contribute to the largest, biggest projects first. Find smaller projects that might be easier to get into and then just help them as much as possible. And then you will gain confidence, you will gain a community, you will gain friends, and then you will just grow within the community.
right.
That would be my like biggest, not in the slides, but honest take.
No, I resonate with that, especially the guitar part, because back when I started, I was like, I'm just gonna start learning how to play Master of Puppets, and then 2 days later, I just said no, I'm gonna stick to Wonderwall or like Stairway to Heaven. That's pretty much
Yep.
it. Yeah,
It
that's
is
the
it
first
is a
year.
lot easier to know where you're at and recognize that maybe I can't get on stage
Exactly.
with,
Yeah.
10 million people watching me. Just
Recognizing
go.
where you are right now is like one of the key
Yep.
things. Right. Okay.
Everyone started
Yeah, I don't think we
somewhere.
have any questions. Yeah, everyone starts somewhere, of course. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. We really enjoyed your session. And
Thank you.
yeah, that's pretty much it. We don't have any questions left. Thank you. Have a great, amazing day.
You too. Thank you so much.
Bye. Hello. Hi, Kasim. How are you?
Hello, I'm great. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Just
Perfect.
fine. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Mir geht's?
Ich bin gut.
Ich bin gut.
Ich, spre ich spreche
Das
ein
ist gut.
bisschen Deutsch.
It's amazing to have you. Let me just quickly. So
Yeah,
everyone,
thank you so much.
We have Qasim Safraz with us. He's going to be showing you how you can get involved into making an impact with open source. I believe Kubernetes and just the cloud architecture and stuff. But yeah, you can take it from here, Qasim. Thank you for coming.
Okay, perfect. I'm just trying to look best way to share the screen. Okay, perfect. So welcome everyone to the talk with the topic getting involved and making an impact with open source. And the idea why I wanted to give this talk was around that I started doing open source for a number of years now, and I really love it. And what I was thinking that I wanted to share my journey with all of you so that I could inspire you and also like in some way help clear the mind in some of the questions you have regarding getting started in open source and then also making an impact with it. A little bit about myself. Like I said, my name is Qasim Sarfraz. I am a software engineer at Microsoft. I work with a lot of cloud native projects. We already saw CNCF landscape, and there are a lot of projects there. And I'm a co-maintainer for one of the project called Inspector Gadget, and it's a CNCF sandbox project. And apart from that, I also contribute to various other projects. And it's great to be at Kubernetes Community Days Lahore. So before I get started, let's cover some bases. So what really is open source? So you can think of open source as a software for which the source code is available freely. So people can contribute to it, people can use it, build new things on top of it. And also there is an aspect of community in which people across the globe collaborate in adding new features and making it better and maintaining it over time. So an example would be like Linux, which is a operating system, and Kubernetes, which is like a container orchestration engine. So I want to start with like the reasons why I love open source. So, and one of the things I love about open source is the impact. Like for example, you work on a project and then there are people who use it and you could see real life impact for it. So for example, in case of Kubernetes, we saw that how it changed the landscape of entire container orchestration, and more people started moving to it, and that's kind of the impact these projects which are open and collaborative can have. Same for accessibility. Like for example, you could have access to the source code or the software or the tool itself anywhere. There is no licensing, so you can get it. For example, by I meant that proprietary licensing, you could access it anywhere, learn from it, and like I said, build things on top of it. Also there is like the community for it, how you like collaborate is across the globe. So as a developer, if I write a piece of code, I can get a feedback from anywhere, like anywhere in the world, and that's something really powerful because it really like uh, changes how you approach things, because you get feedback in all different ways, and that's really great. And also like there is an element in the giving back to the community. Like you have an issue that you faced and you know you could fix it locally for yourself and move on, but you decide to do it for the community, so you go contribute to a project that's open source, and then you do it for the entire community. So there is this element about giving back to the community, and that's kind of my reasons to love open source. So now I want to jump to my story, like how I got started into it and what was the starting point. But before that, I want to just give a disclaimer that this I'm not going to give a very like a direct path to it, because this is not like I'm talking about a specific project. So great thing that the Jeffrey talk was before me, so he already gave how you can get involved into CNCF projects. So this is kind of a individual guide through it, so you could see how I stumbled across different projects and finally ended up doing open source. But there are many other ways, like for example, already mentioned about good first issue label and other things you can get involved into a specific project. But this is more like a specific individual guide that you could use, and hope you get inspiration. So this is like the first reaction when I heard about open source. So this is back in university. I studied from Lahore, so I was trying to think of doing a project in operating system, and I get to know about open source and that there are source code and tools that I can contribute to as part of my project. And that was really like, I was really amazed that I could see the source code of complex system and then build on top of it as part of a project. So it's kind of great that you could link your academics with like industry. So I think that was already like, it was really like a aha moment for me. But then I graduated, I started working for a company which was doing proprietary softwares. So that wasn't really like a great experience, because for me, I always was trying to play with the tools, trying to understand them. And if something was not right, I was going and reading the source code. And that couldn't happen for most of the proprietary softwares. So this really wasn't my thing. And I quickly realized that that's not the space I can work in. So I immediately started looking for a job where I can use open source. So it's not about contributing to open source. It might be much more common that everyone is now using Kubernetes, but back in time that wasn't there. So they were very limited company that were using open source. And but I luckily got a job where I could use open source, and there wasn't an idea right now about contributing to the project's open source, but it's just about using it, right? So I started using different open source projects. I started playing with them also on my extra time. You could do it on a like a home lab, or you could, there are many ways to start using open source project. But for me, it was like the first job I took, where I could use the open source and all the different tools around it. And at that point, I learned one thing which I want to share is like becoming an open source user is the first step of getting involved. So each one of you who are already using open source projects, you're already involved in the community. And when I say that using open source project, I mean that like using them in the way like understanding the use case, understanding the security and vulnerability side effects, and all the different aspects of it, so that you really understand how and why the tool was there. Okay, so I'm going to now talk about my first contribution, but before that, I want to share a rule of thumb which worked really great for me. Is like when I pick a tool, I understand the use case, I play with it. So for example, I picked Docker. I know that it's used to package applications and workloads, and I really understand the use case, and I will run it and I will observe the behavior. I understand the expected behavior, I understand the observed behavior. And if they don't match, then I have on my hand a contribution. So that's like the rule I normally use, and it has worked pretty fine for me. And that's also the definition of a bug as well, right? So following the same track, I was using this project called BCC. It's a very low level project that helps you get low level information about your processes on a host. And I was trying out an example in their networking section, and it didn't work for me. So I tried to make sure I worked towards it, that how do I fix it? How do I make it work? But I realized that it has to do something with NDNS on my machine, which was really like something at that point really low level for me. So I thought maybe I go on and I just add a comment to the issue that I found in the community and maybe start a discussion about it. I had no intention to make a contribution, but I just added a comment so that let's see where it goes. So I immediately got attention from the maintainer after a day, and they mentioned that, hey, why don't you go and fix this, because probably it's a small code fix. And I panicked a bit because I was like, I never done any low level uh, stuff, so especially in a big project. And this was something like so I went for a help to one of my colleague, and that's kind of the part what I like about OpenStack. You could discuss it whenever with any colleagues or any in the community. The maintainers are also very helpful. So I did the same thing. So it's just like a single line change, but it's kind of, I opened the pull request, they liked it, they merged it, and at that way I was really happy because I could create my first contribution. And yeah, that felt great. So if you do that once, you would really feel great about it. Now I want to start by the learning number 2 I have, which is more like this. We already talked about it, is you have to start from somewhere, right? So at that point, I wasn't really a Git expert, because you can see that the domain I have is saysexample.com, which is pretty funny because I don't have that email. So it's more like, the point I'm trying to make is that don't worry too much about that you need to know everything about the project or anything around that topic. Just start, pick an issue. Like I said, understand the use case. If you find an issue, discuss with the maintainers. If there can be a code contribution, do it. Just don't think that you have to get everything right, because they are there to guide you. And in this case, they merged my change, and it's something that it taught me that I have to start from somewhere and not just overthink of contributing to open source. Okay, so we're done with my first contribution. We understand that it's important to use different open source project, and following the same track, I was using a tool called Security Profile Operator. It's also in Kubernetes 6, and I'm running it on an AKS cluster. And when I run it, I see that it's not working as I expect because it's stuck on some state that the documentation says it should not. So I do the same thing. I go to their GitHub organization and also the project, and then I open an issue for it and I explain what I'm seeing. And then we do a bit of a ping pong with the maintainer, talking about how we can fix it. And eventually we realize that it could be it is a use case that need documentation. So what we do is that he suggests me that since I drove the entire thing from understanding what needs to be fixed, it's better that I propose a PR and add that to documentation. So I do the same. I have the links down. You can see the entire conversation. But the same thing happens. I open a pull request and then they like it and then they merge it. And then that's documented for everyone who's trying to use this tool on AKS. So there, I want to reach my third learning, which was that open source contribution are not just about code contribution. It's like a very big landscape. You have a lot of stuff ongoing, like there is documentation that I just showed that you could just, it could be as small as a typo, or you could just document a use case for someone. And it has as much as impact as a code change. And similarly, you can have discussions. They can be on a Slack, or they can be on a issue. Or now you also have a discussions. You could just review someone else's code, and you could just open an issue for the bug you're facing, or you could just make a code contribution, and it goes beyond that. There could be project management or other things which are also needed. And the thing I learned is that every type of contribution matters and they're all equal. And that's like, for example, that's why I give equal significance to all of them. And that's what combinedly makes a community great. So now I want to jump to a different story. And that's about a project called CodeDNS. It's a CNCF graduated project. And I want to talk about how I did different stuff and contributions and eventually became a plugin maintainer. So I think it goes back in 2021. I was, again, using CodeDNS for our production clusters. And I realized that for some reason, when we upgraded, it stopped working as we expected, because we had a custom use case with DNS mask and core DNS, and the caching stopped working. So it was a performance degradation issue. And I started looking through graphs and trying to go deep into different, we were using different observability tools. And I understood that there's something wrong with how the new release of core DNS works with DNS mask. And I quickly realized that in the DNS packet, there was some header that is now different. So it's disabled. And DNS mask drops the caching in that case. So I started a discussion with the maintainers, and they had their right reasons to toggle this flag, but they gave me a feedback that, hey, we cannot revert the change we did, but we are open to have a toggle in a way that you can toggle this configuration and fix your use case. So like I said, you need to be open. You have to like kind of have a conversation in Slack. And also it's not like I could say that, hey, can you fix that for me? You have to have an attitude of, since it's my use case, so I take ownership of it. And yeah, so I said that, okay, let me look into it, and then I'll come back to you and open a PR. And also for me, it was like it was going in the right direction, but because core DNS is like a project which is graduated from CNCF, and it's almost there on all the Kubernetes clusters. So the impact, if I could have my code in there, would be huge. So there I learned my fourth lesson, which is more like this communication. And so each of the project, so if you look at project wise, be it core DNS, Kubernetes, be it the project I work on, Inspector Gadget, everyone has their Slack. They can have their mailing list, but it depends on the project itself. They can have their GitHub discussions where you can discuss with maintainers, what sort of issues you're facing, or if you want to get started. And finally, there's one thing special I mention is contributing guidelines, and that's how maintainers are trying to tell the new people or future contributors how can they get started. So it could be like how you set up the development environment, how you could get started. There might be some special label that we use, some conventions and everything there. So I think contributing guidelines are great. You can open any project and you should find contributing guidelines, and that should be your starting point. So that's kind of very important. And also that's why I say that the communication is the key, because in order to build software and components, and especially in the open source community, it's about collaboration. So communication naturally comes in, and there can be conflicts, and you should be able to handle that. So back to the story. So I had a clear task at my hand, like we read in the Slack conversation. I just had to enhance the rewrite plugin that they had and get done with my use case. Okay, so I spent some time and I start implementing it, right? So I opened a pull request, and after some discussion, we realized and we closed the pull request because it got rejected and it wasn't how we envisioned it. And I wasn't really super excited about it because I spent some time writing the code and test casing and everything. So I realized that, hey, I spent some time, and so I was expecting it to go through. But you have to understand that these maintainers, they have a bigger vision of the project, and the feedback they give is very valuable. So I took that feedback, analyzed it, and I also understood that it's better that we go on with a different approach. And I closed this pull request and started working on something else. So same thing happened. I started working on a different plugin called Header, which was supposed to fix my use case. And I work on it. One thing I do about open source project is whenever I pick a project, be it CodeDNS or any other project, I try to see how the previous pull requests were done, how maintainers maintain the code, how are different conventions, because it's very important that your code fits in well in that ecosystem. So I do the same thing. I see how different maintainers were adding their plugins. So I followed the same convention, added the test cases, all the documentation, how they expect. And eventually I did that and immediately got a great feedback. And this was pretty great for me because they immediately, they were like, it's ready to go in. And I was super happy to learn that this time it's going to go in. And they merged the pull request. And also while we were on this change, the maintainer also said that I could add myself as a code owner. So I would also be maintaining this plugin in future. And so I become the maintainer for this thing. And also this was also super great because this helped me to also own this code. And also this means that my code will go with CodeDNS and people can toggle it using the plugin approach for their use cases anywhere Kubernetes is running. So that was really empowering. So I think just to give a highlight about the impact, again, in future, we saw some enhancement from people where people wanted to enhance this plugin. So that was great to know that it could solve more problem for people. I've seen blog posts where people found the work useful for real world scenarios. And also there were discussions on the issues where people come up with the solution to their problems using the same plugin. So that's the thing I love about open source, that everything is open. You work towards making an impact there. And same in this case, this was not something I was expected to do because the company, for example, I could just fork this and then use it. But this was more about trying to fix issue for everyone else, proposing something. And if they liked it, it's great. And that's exactly what had happened. And so it's kind of the great thing about being open source developer, that you could get to see your impact on real world problems and everyone can openly talk about it. So to conclude, I want to say that from my learnings, that start by being a user of open source. Just try to use the project. It could be in daily life or your home project. Start using them, understand why they exist. Always remember you have to start from somewhere. So it's not like you will know everything about the project till you can contribute. It could be when you start uh, using them, you could come up with an, like I said, some behavior that you don't expect, and you can always go, it might be a typo and you can go fix it. So you can really start from basic and then incrementally build on top of it. Remember, every type of contribution matters, be it documentation change or be it adding a new test case or doing a very complex component. Every type of contribution is as important, and communication is the key. Also, you have to be like respectful, because it's like an open community. It's a volunteer driven system, so everyone is doing their best to make the tools great. So you can come in and talk, discuss your issues, and so it's very important to know that each project has their way of communicating as well. And lastly, like, be persistent in terms of, like, it can take some time, because like I showed in my example, my first pull request wasn't accepted. The approach wasn't really the right one. Also, I understood that. So you try again, and then it goes through, and then you can see the impact. So just be persistent, be patient, and keep trying. Also, one thing I want to add, that being in open source, it really broadened your horizon, because you get to work with such great people and everyone is so open. So it really helps you think differently about different matters. And also, you get, specifically as a software developer, you get feedback on your code from all the different folks who could be really expert in their domains. So that's really powerful about open source. And lastly, it's opened the doors for opportunities. Like, you get noticed because you're doing it in open source. You will people will reach you out for sure. And so it's naturally, organically, you will go into a point where you will get more opportunities, and you will get to work with more and more great people. Okay, so thank you so much for listening. That was all from the presentation itself. I have down below my contact information. You can reach me out, anyone who is trying to get started in open source, and I would be more than happy to help them with the journey and guide them in any way I can. And I am happy to take any questions if you have any. Regarding the getting in touch, I have the, like, the I'm available on LinkedIn, and I am also available on the Slack channel for CNCF and also Kubernetes. So you can also reach me on LinkedIn and also on these platforms. So yeah, so that should be from the getting in touch point of view. Yeah, let me just quickly do it. Okay, so the question is, okay, I'm gonna take some questions. Stop sharing my screen. Sir, my question might be a bit off topic. Just want to inquire, like, companies like Microsoft are working in which technologies nowadays, like probably in data science or development side. I think this is really like bit off topic. I get that, but it's more like from the team or specifically the organization you're part of. For example, I'm mainly working on Linux and also dealing with open source technologies. So I personally deal with since I'm also in the CNCF landscape, so I deal with everything related to Go. And you can see my GitHub profile where I have all my contributions to get the feel of it. Like if you work in the Linux domain, what sort of technology you will touch. Okay, so I'll take the next question. And I think there is no right way to do it. Or I can say that if you do this, you will land a job there. I think it's more about working on your skill set. And also there are ways to, for example, like each of the companies, these fangs, they have their own ways of getting in. And you can imagine that all the modern stack that's out there something uh, we see that in like, for example, Golang. If I work with system engineering, uh, it's just that you have this ability to adopt and be able to learn new skills, and that this technology stack, they keep on changing. So it's really like the choice of your team you want to go. If you're going to a team which is backend, then you probably need a different skill set. But if you like, for example, work in, like me, want to work in system engineering, that it would be like you need to know the Kubernetes, all the container runtimes, and also the Golang, most probably. So Daniel says that I'm just out of my mind, confused about where I can get my first push. So I think this is very natural feeling. You will get overwhelmed because there are right now a lot of open source project. And what I would recommend is that try to find your interest. So for example, in my case, I got curious about containers. So I started playing with a project around container runtimes. So, and then slowly when you start using them, you will get to have a contribution. So like projects like Kubernetes, they have a big learning curve because they are a big ecosystem. So it might take much more time to get involved in them. But if you can pick from something small, like if in this case, like it could be, you could pick all the project list that's out there, slowly see what makes sense to you, and then you should be able to find what's relevant for you. I think each of the projects, or at least my project as well, has this good first issue label, and you can always use that label to filter out. I will also post it here to filter out the issues, and then that's, you can take it from there if you're getting lost in terms of which project you want.
Okay, so my mic was muted. I was saying that you get to hear these questions a lot, that you are into Microsoft and like how to get in there, etc., etc. Just
Mhm.
like students are really confused at the start of their career that like what they need for their first push. Then yeah, let's see. There are a few more questions. Let me find few. Okay, so
Okay,
there is
perfect.
some appreciation, and then some folks are asking for CNCF.
Yeah.
Rest are here. So yeah, one more thing. Like you shared your journey, like how you went into the open source, and then you went to the Microsoft.
Yes.
So open source played a vital role in your job, which you have right now. And like, were you in Pakistan when you found this job and you relocated there, or you were in Germany and you got the job there?
Yeah. So a bit of a background, like I'm based out of Lahore as well. So I started working there. Initially, I was in a company in Islamabad for 3 years, and then I eventually moved to Germany for a different job. And that was not for masters or anything; it's just for a job. And when I moved here, it was a company called G Network, and I started working with them. I worked with them for 4.5 years. And while I was working with them, at some point I was doing open source because the company I used to work for also was using open source a lot, and they gave me the freedom to contribute to open source project as well. So whenever I was giving, and then after 4.5 years there, I wanted to look for a new opportunity. So I started looking into the market. And at that point, open source does help a lot, because in all the interviews and also the one I did here, you could talk about your work openly and people can see your work openly. So that definitely was a big point. So in terms of relocation, I did it like 5 years back now, but it was also for a job when I came here, and then I also then switched to Microsoft while I was here. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So that's a great journey and a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
Secondly, yeah, people can reach out to you via LinkedIn, or is there any better place to reach you out regarding any query or something?
Yeah, I would say LinkedIn is the best, because that's where I'm available. But if you are in the CNCF or Kubernetes ecosystem, then you definitely can use the Slack there. Yeah, so I would say that I will have a website of mine where I have all my links. So I will paste them there, so they can use whatever I can. I am also visiting Pakistan regularly, so we can maybe use that as well. But in general, LinkedIn would be great.
Sure, perfect. We will love to have you in one of our in-person event as well. So thank you so much for this session and taking time out. I hope you enjoyed the session as well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So
I
yeah,
just want to say last comment that it's really great to see Kubernetes Days in Lahore. I think you guys did a great job in bringing this to the cloud native and all the people who are interested in Kubernetes. So I think big job and big kudos to you people.
thank you so much for your kind words. We have another, yeah, this is the last session for the virtual one. Then we have our in-person one on 16th of September, where 3 people from Microsoft are coming as well. So yeah, your colleagues.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time and have a great day.
You too. Thank you for having
Yeah,
me. Bye.
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 So with that, we will move to the last activity we have, which is a quiz. So let me just share my screen so you folks can join in. And with this quiz, you can win the GitHub T-shirt voucher and some LinkedIn premiums too. So only the people who are with us till now can join. So this is a QR code. You can just simply scan that, and there is a game code to tune in. So I guess it's limited to the first 10 people who join, I guess, because it's not a paid version, but we can try. Okay, so we're just gonna start. So there are some crazy questions. We will have questions. So the first one is, we had Kubernetes community. There is one correct, zero incorrect. If it's not like a host, I cannot change the question. I can only see what you folks are doing. So I'll just end my screen for now. he or she is leading the file. I'm gonna wait for 1 more minute and then we are gonna end this. So we can go through the right answers. Okay, I guess we have our winner now. So I'm just gonna end it. Okay, so like the first one will definitely get a GitHub T-shirt voucher, and rest everyone who participated, like the 10 people, can email us to get their LinkedIn Premium vouchers. It's totally fine. Yes, there is someone with unsafe name. I don't know, but like you can just go. You can just take a screenshot. Like you got this point, and you can just send us to us at hello@kcdlahore.com, and then we will just send you some LinkedIn vouchers. So the first question was, we are at Kubernetes Community Days, so 7 people got it right. Yeah. Secondly, which of the below is not an organizer of KCD Lahore? So I'm the organizer, Usman is the organizer, OctaCat is also organizer because like GitHub is one of our sponsors, and Taco Cats are not our part of our team. So just hold on a second. Let me share my full screen for this. Um, um, um. No, entire screen. I'm just gonna. Well, it won't sit good, but okay. So yeah, I just wanted to show you this us at Taco Cat. Then we have a GitHub Octacat with us. I hope my camera is visible. Here it is. Secondly, I'm gonna switch screen again mm, for the next questions so we can review them quickly. Okay, so the next one is, who was the speaker of our first session? So Julius was the first speaker we had today for new and histograms of Prometheus. Then who delivered a session of extend your Kubernetes with the power of open source? So Anna was the person who did that. Okay, so the question number 5. What's the favorite anime of Usman? So I think he mentioned that with Anna. It was Bloom Into You. Secondly, who is the GitHub Campus expert in the KCD team? So Farhan was right, Adil was right because we both are GitHub Campus experts. Then Kubernetes is container orchestration system, and Qasim Sarfaraz is from Microsoft. So 7 people got it right. Then how was the KCD Lahore 2023? So it was uh, on open ground. Anyone can put anything. So we are just gonna go through few. It was my first and helped me figure out myself where I am right now. It was really awesome. Then UTC Lahore. I don't know what's that. Then someone said super. UTC Lahore is one of our collaborators, Ultimate Tech Crew. Yeah. Then few people said good, great, or GRE. How likely are you to attend KCD Lahore again? Pretty much good listening to Qasim Sarfaraz. Another appreciation. Then I will be attending KCD Lahore again 100%. I have learned so much. It was awesome. So yeah, we are having it in person at UCP on September 16th. So yeah, so likely. Okay, so these were the 7 people who were able to tune in. Then yes, I'm just gonna share the screen and move to the slide number 8. So see you everyone at KCD Lahore. in person one at UCP on September 16. So we are having few speakers like as I mentioned, like three are from Microsoft. So we are having education principal officer and education manager for Pakistan, Kazakhstan, and one more country. So he's very senior and he has been into Microsoft from like last 16 years. Plus we are having Saad Mahmood. He is a senior global solution architect. Then we have Raja Ahmed. He's also in the Microsoft support team. Then we are having Arslan Arshad, who is an SRE at Google. Then Huzafa Habib, who look after the community in Pakistan. And then there are principal DevOps engineer from Temples, Umar Ahmed, Open Source Foundation Pakistan lead, and AVP Cloud Services at Systems Limited. Babar Zahur will be joining us. Then there will be two more folks from Huawei, Aftab Ahmed and Levembo. So he's head of cloud at Huawei Cloud, Pakistan. So yeah, registrations are free but subject to shortlisting. You can just go to kcdlahore.com and fill the form, and we will definitely send you an invite. So thank you so much for being here. That was all for the KCD Lahore virtual one. We are having one more session on the Friday too, so we will share these. And rest, you can just email us with the screenshots at hello@kcdlahore. So we are gonna end this here.